Welcome in and happy Friday, my dears. Hello, hello. I did see that someone got swept up by our wonderful Bibu Bubby. If your account is not longer than a month old, to prevent it from being a bot account, I'm sorry that you won't be able to chat. It's hard to tell sometimes, but you're more than welcome to sit with us and enjoy the listening this evening. Moshi, Moshi, dear. Hello, hello. Happy Friday, my dear. Hello, Ashley. Hello, my sweet Edha. Hello, Premium Dawn. Welcome in. And hello to Jose. Again, sorry about that. It's just to protect the community from bots. Hello, Ethan. Welcome in, everyone. So today we will be listening to the Magnus Archives. It is a horror podcast created by the amazing group behind Rusty Quill. If you're familiar with Slay the Princess, one of the voice actors, or the main voice actor from that game, our narrator in it, is a part of this production group. So if you enjoyed Jonathan Sims' voice acting in Slay the Princess, he narrates all of those main characters in the game, then you'll definitely love the Magnus Archives. So, yo hablo español. No, I don't. Un poquito only. Hablo en español. ¿Te gusta Guatemala? Guatemala, very nice. Oh, you're a new account. Oh, you are the new account. I'm sorry, Jose. Let me change my translator really quick so that way it can get across the message to you so you can understand it. There we go. All right. If you have an account that is not older than a month, the bot will erase your account because it is hard to distinguish if newer accounts are a bot or if it's a real person. So you just have to wait a month and then you should be able to chat freely. So I apologize about that. Do you speak Tagalog? No, I don't, but I can translate for Tagalog as well, if that is the language that you understand most. I think I have. Do I have Tagalog? Maybe I do not. I apologize about that. Hold on just a second. Let me check. I do not have Tagalog. I'm so very sorry. Oh, I see the thumbs up. I'm glad you understand. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't have Tagalog. That is very unfortunate. I'm surprised it's like one of the more popular languages. But I'm very happy to have you here regardless. I'm so sorry about that. So, but yes, we're going to be listening to the Magnus Archives again. It's an amazing horror podcast. If you would like to support them, please do. We're on episode 66 tonight. And there are 200 episodes in this season of the Magnus Archive. Then there's other break-offs from the show. And they have so many amazing things going on. Next month, our birthday month, they're going to be coming out with their first book. And I'm so excited about it. I actually might reach out and ask if they're okay with us reading, because we read books here and have nice bedtime streams so that you have something nice to listen to and fall asleep. But I want to ask the publishers if they would be okay with maybe even if we could just read some excerpts from the book. But please allow yourself to get comfortable. If you want to grab snacks, we're usually here for a longer bit of time on Fridays. Oh no. It's Spanish. Hello, Mazas. Welcome in there. No, not Spanish. And this is also just in case, also a welcome in, is it Eliana? That's a very beautiful name. Welcome in, Eliana. But please make sure to check out the description box. It's got a lot of information about what we do here. You can also visit our site. The rules for the chat are in there, so please make sure to read the rules, because that could possibly get you to be taken away like this shadow here in the dreamland. How do I... Okay, let me address Jose specifically really quickly. Your messages will continue to be deleted because your account is less than a month old. So the security bot program that we use, it doesn't allow users to chat if their account's not older than a month, because a lot of bot accounts are very new. So it's not a personal thing. It's just to protect the community from bot channels. But please give it a month. Once your account's older than a month, you're more than welcome to come back. You can listen, but every time you chat, your messages will just be deleted. And again, it's not personal. It's just to protect the community from any bot accounts. But yes, if you'd like to, please go grab some snacks. If you read any of the beginning messages in our starting scene, sleeping is encouraged. It is my duty as a dream siren to make sure that you rest really, really well. Sometimes that's more difficult to do when you're listening to something scary, but you can cuddle close and I'll keep you safe, so don't worry about that at all. It's okay. And this is also a 21 plus community as well too, just to note on that while we're going over some of the rules. But yes, everyone, please go ahead and get what you're going to have this evening. If you want to go grab some food, I've got some gummy bears, I've got water, I've got watermelon, I've got later after we take one of our breaks, I've got a nice bit of melon bread that I got today, and I'll be having that with some yummy tea later, so that'll be really good. Hi, dear. And I apologize about the security thing, but I'm glad that you understand, hopefully. But yes, everyone go ahead and grab what they need. Let's start at 2020. It gives about 5 minutes or so for everyone to get comfortable, grab their food if they want, or if you're just going to lay down and be cozy here in our little cuddle puddle, you're more than welcome to join the pillow fort. And we'll start our show soon, our listening party soon. There won't be anything on the screen for you to see because we're just listening. It's a podcast. But we can talk about different parts of the podcast. You're more than free to comment while we're listening. I try not to speak, so I don't want to listen. I don't want to disturb the VOD if someone goes back to listen, because there's really intricate details to each episode. It's really fun. And if you have any questions about any of the episodes. I will really quickly go over, I think I should probably do this in the beginning of each episode, because it's a lot to catch up on. So I will go over a bit of the lore from the wiki. Let's see. The Magnus Archives. So join, oops, I gotta move this to the other side so it can be seen. All right, there we go. I did everything. Get it all in order. There we go. All right, the Magnus Archives. Join Jonathan Sims, newly appointed head archivist of the Magnus Institute, as he attempts to bring a seemingly neglected collection of supernatural statements up to date by converting them to audio and supplementing them with a follow-up work from his small but dedicated team. Individually, the statements are unsettling. Together, they begin to form a picture that is truly horrifying, because as they look into the depths of the archives, something starts to look back. The Magnus Archives can be found on Acast, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube, and all major podcast apps. The show ran for 200 episodes, which we are on 66, from the 24th of March 2016 to the 25th of March 2021. So quite a long-running show. Before you listen, this wiki, this is just what I'm reading from, I will pop that into the chat for anyone who might want to check it out. Give me just a moment, dears. Too many tabs, I lost my page. All right, there we go. The wiki offers several resources for new listeners, a comprehensive list of content warnings. So if you have a real fear of the horror genre, like if you generally really get scared, I would recommend checking out the wiki because it has good content warnings for some things that you might not want to listen to. And it has like the characters and all kinds of fun things for you to listen to. And it is translated across various languages too. So they've got Brazilian, French, Italian, Russian, Spanish, and German. So you can find any information there to find out more about the show. And again, the book will be coming out in October. So if you want to support them, let me link their page as well. It's rustyquill.com. And you can pre-order the book. It's going to be called From the Library of Jürgen Leitner. So this is also a UK-based show. So if you hear me switch over to my UK accent, that is the reason why. We like to allow ourselves to get into character quite a bit. All right. Let's go ahead and start the first episode. And we'll have our background music off once we start. There will be a 5-second countdown, and then you'll see a timer on the screen. So you'll always know where we are, even if you're coming back to listen to the VOD, so that you can know which piece we're on. So the Magnus Archive number 66 is held in customs. All right, let us begin. I hope you enjoy. Thank you again for being here with me. I appreciate you. And our countdown starts now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Rusty Quill presents the Magnus Archives. Episode 66, Held in Customs. Statement of Vincent Yang regarding his claimed imprisonment by Mikhail Salesa. Original statement given February 22nd, 2000. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, head archivist of the Magnus Institute, London. Statement begins. He drugged me. Obviously, he drugged me. That's the only explanation that makes sense. It was the only way he could get me in there, and drugs can affect how you see all sorts of things, even time. It's just, it felt so real. I felt every second, and I checked my watch, but I've taken all sorts of drugs in my life. I experimented plenty with psychedelics in my youth, and this didn't feel like being drugged. It felt like being eaten. No, not eaten. Entombed. It was his own damn fault. I've been working customs long enough, and we all know the drill. He should too. You bust the sloppy ones. You bust the ones you think might involve whatever the higher-ups are coming down on hard that month. But most smugglers are small fry. You keep your paperwork in order and we'll keep out of your way, as long as you give us the same courtesy. I know that Mikhail Salesa shipped through Portsmouth all the time. I never dealt with the man directly, but he should have made sure to keep his documents clean. As it was, I had to hold his shipment. Not enough grams for an immediate full search. I made that clear to him. But if he didn't get his papers in order quickly, we'd have no choice. I still remember how he stared at me, stood in that shipping container, surrounded by flight cases and sealed metal boxes. That level, even stare. He was appraising me like some sort of antique, like he was curious what my value might be at auction. Then his face turned to a scowl of irritation, and he gestured widely to his cargo, offering me the chance to examine it if I thought him a criminal. His voice was deep, calm and measured, but his eyes had an anger in them that scared me. I looked around the container, not so much to look at the contents, but just to avoid his gaze. Truth be told, I hated my job. It wears you down to be someone who nobody wants to see. Smugglers and traffickers hate me because I threaten to disrupt their business. I understand that. But legitimate operators look at me in the exact same way because they know that an error on the manifest can be far more important than whether they've got 2 kilos of heroin hidden in the boot of an imported car. I began to walk around, giving a cursory examination to the assortment of mismatched boxes surrounding Salesa. I didn't open anything. I didn't want to. I just wanted to make a small show of the fact that I could. It was the 18th of January, about a month ago, and the container was ice cold. Fiddling around with locks and fastenings would have needed me to take my gloves off, and that wasn't happening. Salesa stood there in a tank top and unbuttoned shirt, seemingly oblivious to the chill. If he was trying to make some show of toughness or bravado, then to be honest, it was working. I had no interest in crossing this man. More important, though, was the fact that smuggled antiques was so far down the list of priorities at that point that from a career point of view, bending down to stare at some flight case full of incorrectly declared pottery was a complete waste of my time. I sighed, got to my feet, and as I did so, I grabbed the edge of an old wooden crate for support. I felt the lid shift slightly under my weight. I looked at it a bit closer and couldn't help but notice it didn't seem to have any bolts or locks on it, and the lid clearly hadn't been nailed shut. I reached over to try and slide it back into place, but my gloved hand slipped, and as I tried to grip it, I swear I barely touched the thing, but the wooden top slid further off, releasing a dusty cloud of air that sent me into a coughing fit. The air was dry and hot in a way that seemed rather alarming in the frigid shipping container. The inside was dark, the light from the entrance not reaching this far back. I shined my light in, and to my surprise, the crate appeared to be completely empty. I didn't remember it listed on the manifest, but if it didn't contain anything, there wasn't necessarily a reason for it to be. I turned back to face Salesa with a shrug. He no longer looked angry. Instead, his face now had a look of concern. I assumed he was worried I'd found something suspicious, but I shook my head and told him that if he got his documents in order by tomorrow, he could be on his way no problem. Otherwise, it was going to get more complicated. The look on his face didn't change. I began to walk out. I had plenty more work to do that day, when he grabbed my arm. His grip was just as strong as I would have guessed, and for a second I was suddenly afraid he was going to kill me. Instead, he looked me in the eyes for a long moment, before he said, very softly, "Don't go to sleep." I shook my head, assuming that was meant to be some sort of threat, and gave him a look that tried to tell him I wasn't scared. Of course I was, but either way he didn't seem to notice. He just looked at me and repeated himself. I was understandably nervous after that little encounter, but I live in a ground floor flat in a rather rough area, so I have several locks, a sturdy door, and bars on the window, all of which I triple-checked before turning in that night. Everything seemed to be in order, so I had a few shots of vodka to calm my nerves, and, well, I turned in. Looking back on it now, the thing I find hardest to believe is how well I slept. It was a restful night's sleep, and I didn't dream. The pain in my legs was what woke me. The dull cramp dragged me slowly from unconsciousness, and I tried to shift them into a more comfortable position under the covers. As I tried, I gradually realized that I couldn't. They were pressed right up against a hard surface. My eyes began to flutter open, and I realized that instead of my pillow, my cheek was pressed against something coarse and rigid. Something that, when I tried to move, greeted me with the needling sharpness of splinters. It was dark. Opening my eyes didn't do much to change what I could see. My hands pressed against unvarnished wood, and I felt a rising panic in the back of my mind. I think deep down I already knew exactly where I was, but I still tried steadily, one at a time, to move every limb and part of my body, hoping desperately that one of them would pass out into open air and reassure me that I wasn't trapped within that small wooden cube. But I could barely move any of them, and it soon became apparent that my prison was, indeed, a sturdy wooden crate. I started to shout for help then. The sound was jarring, the echo muted by the close confines of the walls, and my cries seemed incredibly loud to me. I called out again and again, but nobody came. After a few minutes, I suddenly had the horrid thought that maybe I had been buried alive, and I might have limited air. That shut me up very quickly, and instead I started to listen closely for any sound of movement. Nothing. You know, it's strange. It took me a long time to make the connection with the crate I had stumbled across in Solace's shipping container. I was so disorientated by my awakening that the idea that this was his doing took a surprisingly long time to come. Once it did, though, I began to feel rage building. I had the memory of the lid that hadn't been secured, and taking a moment to orientate myself, I began to push up on the wood directly above me. It didn't budge a millimeter. Either it had been nailed down, or someone had placed a heavy weight on top of it, or both. I started to thrash around at that point, desperate to escape, but this only earned me more splinters. I suppose I was lucky that it was winter, and the thick pajamas I slept in, that I was apparently still wearing, protected me from a lot of it. At the thought of winter, I began to notice the heat. It was hot in that tiny cell. A close, humid heat that caused sweat to trickle gently down my neck and my throat to gradually turn ragged and raw. And I could do nothing but sit there, cramped and desperate, and feel that stifling, oppressive heat thrum around me. Everything about it was stifling and oppressive. I have never suffered from claustrophobia before, but it didn't take long for it to set in. And for a while I gave in to blind panic, muttering to myself and hyperventilating in shallow, gasping breaths of hot, sticky air. The thing that finally brought me out of it was the realization that if I'd been breathing so hard and for so long but was still conscious, that must mean there was airflow, and that I wasn't completely buried alive. That sudden moment of relief ended abruptly, though, when I swear I felt the box get smaller. It was a slight movement, barely a centimetre, but I felt it in a jolt of pain along my leg, like the crate had decided to punish me for my moment of hope. After a while, the cramps that had been so agonizing to begin with began to fade in and out. It's not that it stopped hurting, far from it, but it became such a constant pain that I could ignore it for long periods of time before it washed back over me in a wave of screaming muscles. It was in such a window of normality that I realized I was able to see my arms. There was light. It seemed to be seeping through the small gaps in the wood, barely enough to see by normally, but my eyes had grown very accustomed to the dark. It looked like sunlight. I must have been outside, but I had no idea where I might be. Near my head, a slightly larger space between the wooden slats let in a thin beam of sunlight near my head. I shifted, my neck protesting the movement, but for a single moment I felt it on my face. That sunlight, a dream of freedom. Then the box closed the gap with a shudder and squeezed me a bit tighter for daring to do so. Still, I knew I was outside, and I knew I had air, so I tried once again to scream for help. I pleaded, I shouted, I felt my dry lips crack from the force of my screams. I kept going until my voice was nothing but a hoarse whisper, and then I collapsed back into despair and terror. At 11:56, I realized I could see my watch. I wasn't in the habit of taking it off for bed, and the position I had been forced into left it just about visible in the dim light. It was surprisingly little comfort, as the hours that had passed by in a hazy blur of pain and fear now ticked by with an awful slowness. Even so, it grounded me, kept me focused on something real. The minutes and hours passed same as they would have outside the box, and this, more than anything, convinced me that I was neither dreaming or mad. At 9:45 the light began to disappear, and I was once again in darkness. I slept then, fitfully and in great pain, and when I woke back up to find myself still trapped there, I cried. Even as I did so, in the back of my mind I hated myself for wasting what water I might have left in me. 4 days I was in there. At least, if the darkness and light really was night and day. I used to be religious, and I tried to pray several times, but the words felt hollow on my dry, desperate lips. I called out to God, then later to the devil, and finally to Salesa himself. None of them answered. I knew that that was where I was going to die, trapped and alone. I wondered if they would ever find me. Was I somewhere where the stench of my rot might bring some poor soul to investigate? Probably not if my screams couldn't be heard, but maybe someone would find me. Maybe they would join me if the box was still hungry. It was thoughts like these that played endlessly through my mind, round and round like a feverish, thirsty carousel. Then all at once it was over. I awoke to hear the sounds of wood shifting above me. I barely had time to register what was happening before frigid, icy air washed over me and the torchlight was shining in my face. I blinked hard as I started to make out 2 figures above me. One was Salesa, staring at me with an expression of curiosity. The other I didn't know, though I vaguely recognized him as one of the captains that made port here occasionally. Captain Laurel, maybe? Or Luca? I don't really remember. He looked at me, then over to Salesa, shrugged, and handed him a £20 note, before turning around and walking out of the shipping container, which I saw I was once again inside. Salesa lifted me gently out of the box, being careful, I noted, not to touch the sides. Moving my legs was like walking on knives, but I managed to stumble out, overjoyed at my freedom. I felt Salesa push some papers into my hands. An updated manifest, he told me, and sent me on my way. I spent that day trying to get some life back into my tortured, atrophied muscles and slowly drinking water. I ignored my work completely and ended the day by handing in my notice. Do you know what date was on my letter of resignation? The 19th of January, the day after I had first seen Salesa. My watch no longer matched the clock in the break room. I don't know why the night was so much longer for me, or why it boiled me with the sun in the middle of winter. I must have been drugged. Salesa must have drugged me. It's the only rational explanation. But I know that he didn't. Statement ends. Another tale of the elusive Mikhail Salesa, dealing in all sorts of artifacts without any decent safety measures, unless that's the point, of course. And if I'm not mistaken, it would appear he's at least acquainted with Captain Peter Lucas of the Tundra. Whatever this grand game is, Salesa is definitely involved. I just wish I knew whether he was a player or a pawn, or something else entirely. Surprisingly, it seems comprehensive shipping records are harder for Tim to flirt his way into than police reports, and Sasha has had her own issues with trying to access the electronic records. If there is official documentation of this particular shipment that might verify Mr. Yang's story, we're not able to obtain them. Martin encountered a different problem tracking down Mr. Yang himself. Apparently he's retired now and living with his children, who were surprisingly cooperative in allowing Martin to see him. He's also in the later stages of early onset Alzheimer's disease. He could provide no new useful information, and Martin left after Mr. Yang became acutely distressed at the mention of boxes. All in all, a dead end. If this was the first time Mikhail Salesa had turned up in our files, I would definitely agree with Mr. Yang's own assessment. But by now there are far too many cases to chalk them all up to drugs. Whatever Salesa deals in is, I suspect, infinitely more dangerous. End recording. Supplemental. Gertrude's laptop has been rather interesting. Unfortunately, nothing along the lines of mymurderer.avi, and she didn't keep any sort of diary from what I can see. In fact, it doesn't look like she kept many documents at all. A few budget spreadsheets and work forms, but I get the feeling she wasn't much of a note-taker. The thing that is interesting in the budget spreadsheet is the rather large amount she requested for travel. What's even stranger is that it seems the budget was approved. Her internet history and emails reveal some more pertinent information. It looks like she did do a lot of travel all over the world, far further than the single basement one would expect an archivist to keep to. And in these cases, at least, she kept the receipts and the booking information. Nairobi, Wichita, Budapest, Shanghai, the list goes on. No records as far back as 98, of course, but given the pattern, I don't think a trip to Alexandria is at all out of the question. There's also the matter of the products she was ordering. There are several online orders of petrol, lighter fluid, pesticides, and high-powered torches. They are sporadic, but notable in that she did not drive, smoke, or work in pest control. The torches would make sense if it wasn't for the quantities in which she ordered them. She also sent orders for a staggering array of filing tabs, labels, and index markers, all different makes, formats, and systems, most of which I have encountered in various forms around the archives. Given that the doddering old lady image is now dispelled in its entirety, I cannot help but wonder if there is a reason she was keeping the files in disarray. I'm not convinced she would approve of my efforts to organize them. Part of me is tempted to follow her lead and suspend my explorations, but the more I find out about Gertrude, the less I am inclined to trust her. And I am not sure emulating her is the wisest course of action, especially given the three most alarming purchases I found in her history. Gertrude Robinson was trying to buy lighteners. Seeing the account name GR Bookworm 1818 gave me a particularly hollow laugh. Obvious when you're looking for it, I suppose. It looks like she managed to get hold of 3 books. A special printing of The 7 Lamps of Architecture by John Ruskin, that rather dubious copy of The Key of Solomon, and a 1910 pamphlet simply entitled A Disappearance. I am quite sure none of them are in the archives, and they weren't in her flat either. I rather hope she destroyed them, especially as The Key of Solomon is something of an almanac on demonology. But my luck isn't that good. All told, the laptop has given me much cause for concern, and little in the way of hard evidence. The more I learn about Gertrude, the more I respect her, and the more I worry about her motives. Perhaps I've been focusing on the wrong question, and the most important thing isn't who killed her, but why. End supplemental.
The Magnus Archives is a podcast distributed by rustyquill.com and licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 international license. Today's episode was written and performed by Jonathan Sims, produced by Alexander J. Newell and Mike LeBeau, and directed by Alexander J. Newell. To subscribe, view associated material, and make donations, visit rustyquill.com. Rate and review us on iTunes, tweet us at The Rusty Quill, visit us on Facebook or email us at mail@rustyquill.com. Join our community on the forums via the website or on Reddit at r/the Magnus Archives. Thanks for listening.
All right. Not yet. So that is the first episode tonight of the Magnus Archives. So as you can hear, let me pull up the site. Each episode deals with different types of fears. And we learn together as we go through the episodes that each fear is represented in the show as an entity. So if you think about that episode, we could kind of say that maybe that was the fear of the dark. We could say maybe that it was a fear of being buried or being alone. So these are the sort of themes that you start to see through each episode. There's an entity, which is a fear, and then you have a representative of that fear in human form, which you learn as we go through the series. So you heard him mention there was a captain of a cargo ship, and he said, I think his name is like Luca or something like that. Well, Lucas, or the family of Lucas, they are an avatar or a representative of this fear entity called the Lonely. So whenever you hear the Lucas name going through the show, you know that that entity or that fear that's going to pop up is going to be something to do with being alone. All right, episode 67 is next, and it is called Burning Desire. So do you think it depends in how the viewer sees it? Yes and no. I think that the show, which is kind of like why it is best to listen to it going from the beginning, because it sets up the framework to introduce the different types of fears. And I think as we go through the episode, you'll see how even if you, sorry, the translator, even if you view it in a slightly different way, like that episode, I maybe would have initially just thought the fear of being buried alive, right? So that entity, the buried, that clicks in my mind. But I wouldn't necessarily firstly think the fear of being alone because I'm being buried. I would just think, I don't want to be buried alive. So I think from that viewpoint, yeah, it really can depend on the viewer, because maybe you don't see it as being alone. Maybe you see it as a fear of being buried. And let me actually pull up the different list of fears, because we go over it from each episode, which I think, or from each live stream that we have. But I do think we should probably touch back on the different entities at the beginning. So these are the different types of fears, and the fears equal the entity, or like the god that rules that fear, okay? So you've got the buried, the corruption, the dark, the desolation, the end, the eye, the flesh, the hunt, the lonely, the slaughter, the spiral, the stranger, the vast, and the web. So those are the different fears or entities that we'll see throughout the show. And it's interesting how they show up, right? Like, I feel like the dark is pretty obvious. Like, I would have thought the dark might have been a part of an entity in that last episode, because if you're buried, it's completely dark. But it featured the buried and the lonely. And I do wonder what their criteria is per each entity. Let me go back to the site. Or maybe like Like, I feel like the flesh and the slaughter, to me, that they're so similar, like just based off of the word definition. So again, like we have to sort of pick up these clues as to how each entity separates itself from another, right? Yeah, like the hunt and the slaughter, those two sound very similar as well. If you're hunting, you're slaughtering, you're killing something. But I think when we're thinking about slaughter in the context that they mean it, maybe it is more like a very gruesome type of killing, right? Maybe it's more grotesque. So let's just look at the buried since we just listened to that one. So the buried, small spaces, crushing, you can't breathe. You are the center of everything and it pushes down on you. If the vast is like losing yourself in too much space, the buried is being trapped without enough. The buried is one of the entities. It is the manifestation of a collection of fears that deal with being trapped without enough space. So claustrophobia, small spaces, of being unable to breathe, and the underground and dust of being at the center of everything, and it is all pushing down. Deep water can be associated with the buried, but also, don't you think that deep water could be associated with the vast as well? Because the ocean is forever, right? The buried, deep water can all be associated with the buried, but only when the effect is described as claustrophobic, crushing, drowning, heavy, sinking, etc. The buried is also associated with certain crushing money issues, such as desperate poverty, drowning in debt, and seeking or borrowing money under bad terms. So see how like there's that criteria, right? Like how it can be all of those things and nothing nothing at what we think sometimes. So it's magnificent how they're able to really, I don't want to say catastrophize, but also expound on what a fear is. Like if I'm like, oh, I'm scared of the dark, let's go look at the dark, because I genuinely do have a fear of the dark as much as I love horror. I have had a fear of the dark since I was a little girl. So for the dark, it says, that's an old one and one of the deepest. I mean, who isn't a little afraid of the dark or what might be in it? So the dark is one of the entities. It is the primal fear of the dark and the unknown regarding what lurks within it. Along with the hunt and the end, it is said to be one of the oldest entities. So that makes sense, right? If we're thinking like man, like going back to like caveman, human, or early human, you know, like functioning, the darkness, hunting other animals or being hunted by other animals, and the end, which is essentially death. That makes sense as to why they would be the more primal or older entities, right? It often manifests as dark, sticky, brackish water, as well as coldness and blindness. The dark has a large following in the form of the People's Church of the Divine Host, which we've heard about them, also connected with Outer Base Shipping and Nye Elisond. So it gives that one doesn't give too much, because I don't know how else you explain about being afraid of the dark and the encroaching, unseen things that lurk within it. So yeah, just it's good context clues, I think. But that was a good question, dear. I do think it depends on the person when it comes to some of the other ones, because I feel like the dark one, pretty much like everybody might be a little bit afraid of the dark. And I think we might have talked about real darkness like several Fridays ago, that I don't think you're welcome, dear. I don't think many people know what real darkness is, because even when you're in your room, say at night, and you've got your blinds closed and no TV, no computer light, no night lights or anything like that, that's still not real darkness. You would have to either be in space or do one of those deprivation chambers that you can get into, and that is real darkness. And I imagine that would be truly, truly terrifying. So, but let's see what the next one is about, and then you can tell me, based off of those fears that we went over, sort of start to think about, well, which one do I think that this is going to be? So, burning desire. Let's read the synopsis. Statement regarding the short-lived courtship in the autumn of 2006. The Magnus Archives tells the tale of an unexpected, fiery romance between a cafe worker and one of their odd customers. So, not too many hints, but just enough. So we'll have to see what is the fear. Okay, let's get our timer. And let us begin. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Rusty Quill presents The Magnus Archives. Episode 67, Burning Desire.
I don't know why the title of this one just reminded me of, like, I forgot the music, it's really loud there. A song by the Arctic Monkeys.
Statement of Jack Barnabas regarding a short-lived courtship with Agnes Montague in the autumn of 2006. Original statement given March 18th, 2007. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, head archivist of the Magnus Institute, London. Statement begins. I knew she wasn't normal. I think that's what originally drew me to her. I thought she was just like me, another weirdo cast off from the world. I mean, there was no way I could have known she wasn't human. At least, I don't see how she can have been human, not the way we think of it. But she was so beautiful. She was tall, with long, straight auburn hair and these eyes that, when they looked at you, it didn't feel like she was seeing you so much as trapping you. I never understood the phrase, like a deer in the headlights, until she looked me in the eyes for the first time. I don't know, maybe something in my fight or flight reflexes screwed up, because those weren't the instincts I felt when it happened. I should have run, of course. I don't know if you normally leave people alone in a room when they write their statements, but I can understand you doing so in my case. I'm getting used to people making polite excuses not to look at me. Dahlia tried to warn me off. Dahlia Okonjo had worked in the Canyon Cafe ever since it opened in 1991, and as soon as I headed back into the kitchen after I saw Agnes Montague for the first time, she spotted the look in my eyes and shook her head. She told me she was trouble, that there was something not right about her. I asked for more details, and Dahlia just shrugged, said that she'd been coming into the cafe ever since it opened, and that there was something off. At the time, I assumed that she meant Agnes had been coming in ever since she was a child, as she looked about my age. But looking back, I'm not so sure. It wasn't as though it would have made any difference. I was drawn to her in a way I can't even explain. I could never bring myself to say anything or even make a sound when her eyes fell on me. I barely had enough wherewithal to confirm her order, even if it was always the same. A large cup of black coffee with enough room for milk. She never actually put any milk in it. She never even drank it. She'd just take it over and sit there, staring out the window into the street for an hour or so. It wasn't like there was much of a view. Just a normal street. And outside Sheffield city centre, that's not much of a view at all. Still, she'd sit there, staring, alone with her thoughts for about an hour, then stand up and leave. I'd go over to clear away her coffee, and it was always scalding hot. It was such a strange little routine, and I would spend time wondering to myself what she could possibly be thinking about. What was her life that every Tuesday at 3 p.m. she came into the same cafe and didn't drink a black coffee? The way she always used to order the coffee, it always sounded like she was enjoying it. The order, I mean. Like the phrase, 1 black coffee with room for milk, was a delightfully novel thing for her to say. In the year and a bit leading up to my finally talking to her, I only ever saw 2 occasions when she wasn't sitting alone. The first was when another man attempted to chat her up. At least, I assume that's what he was doing. I didn't recognize him, but you can always tell when someone starts a conversation with a motive like that. He walked over and started saying something or other, cocky as anything. Agnes, though I didn't know her name back then, just looked up and met his eyes, and I could see him start to falter. Sweat began to roll down his forehead, but he kept talking. Then Agnes went to stand up. It was only a very small movement, but the man started as though a gun had gone off, knocking into the table and spilling coffee all over his hand. It had been sat there almost 40 minutes, but I could see his flesh start to redden with burns where the liquid had touched it. He screamed, and suddenly all eyes were on him. His face went almost the same color as his burned hand, and he shouted something vague at us about suing us over the temperature, and ran out the door in pain and embarrassment. Suffice it to say, we did not hear from his lawyers. That was the day I noticed the slight scorch marks on the chair Agnes had been sat on, though at the time I didn't connect the two. The other time was about near the end of October last year. I remember because Daly had been ranting at me about how impossible it was to get a decent woman's Halloween costume that didn't, as she put it, show a mile of skin. I was making some weak joke about going as a bedsheet ghost and telling everyone it was sexy because the ghost was technically naked, when I looked over and saw someone else sat at the table with Agnes. She was a short Asian woman with close-cropped hair and a thick, muscular frame. I remember being a bit surprised that she seemed to be just wearing a tank top, given how cold it was starting to get. But it did show off a rather intimidating back tattoo of what looked to be a man wreathed in the fires of hell. I still remember how disconcerting I found that screaming face, contorting in the agony of inked-on fire. Weirder than all that, though, was the fact that Agnes appeared to be talking to her, actually saying words that weren't an order for coffee or a thank you. Her voice was soft, and I couldn't make out any of the words. I mean, I know I shouldn't have been trying to listen. I know it's a creepy thing to do, but you don't understand how momentous an occasion this was. To see this beautiful woman whose name I didn't know finally talking to another human being, it was incredible. The shorter woman's voice was loud, though, and she made no attempt at subtlety in her conversation. She was talking about some sort of job, and whether Agnes was going to be able to do it. At first I thought it was a job interview, and then she started talking about Agnes being released from something. Agnes just said something softly and shook her head. She looked sad, an expression I'd never seen on her face before. The other woman sighed, clearly unhappy with the answer, and stood up to leave. Before she went, she took out a brown paper envelope and handed it over. Said that she'd give it to her now so she didn't forget later. She called it a collection, and it looked like the envelope might have been full of money. Agnes put it in her jacket and returned to staring out the window, as her intimidating companion left with a frustrated expression. That was the moment I decided to try and talk to Agnes. Seeing her interact with someone else, even in such a weird way, unblocked something in my mind. The following Tuesday, when she came in and ordered her coffee, I asked her name. She looked at me in surprise, and for a second I felt like I'd made a terrible mistake. But then she told me, very matter-of-factly. And then I asked her out on a date. I don't know how it happened, it just tumbled out of my mouth before I could stop it. There was a moment of absolute silence, like everyone in the place had stopped breathing, though nobody had looked up. Then Agnes's face twisted into something I think was a smile, and she said yes. A wave of giddy joy just washed right over me, and she took her coffee and went to her normal table. I could feel Dahlia staring at me from the kitchen, and I didn't want to turn around because I knew exactly the face she'd been making. I was too happy to let her ruin it with her muttered predictions of disaster. It was only after Agnes had left her undrunk coffee and headed out to wherever she went that I realized we'd never made any actual arrangements. I spent the next day in a funk, kicking myself for having been so stupid. I have Wednesdays off work, so there was plenty of time to mope around the house feeling sorry for myself. About 3 in the afternoon, though, there was a knock on the door. Standing on the other side was Agnes. She was dressed in a dark woolen coat and grey scarf, and had that same sort of smile on her face. She asked if I was ready to go. I was very much not. I asked her to wait a minute as I ran back to my room to put on some deodorant and a clean shirt. It was as I was doing this, I noticed kind of an odd smell, like when you turn on an electric heater for the first time in a while and you get a whiff of all the burning dust. I looked up and noticed that in the corner of the room, where there had been a spider's web this morning, there was just a faint wisp of smoke. It was weird, but I had more important things on my mind. As soon as I was ready, I headed out. I asked her what she wanted to do, and she looked at me like I was stupid. We were going to walk in the park, she said, like it was the only possible thing to do. Of course I agreed. She was the strangest person I'd ever met, but something about it just charmed me. So we went down to Bowl Hill Park, the nearest one to my flat, and we walked. I did most of the talking, as you might have expected. I don't even remember half the things I said now, just a meaningless babble of thoughts, personal details, anecdotes. I worried I was boring her, but every time I looked over she had that same expression on, which by then I was pretty sure was a smile. I'd catch her eye and that feeling would flood through me. I still don't know quite how to describe it, but whatever it was powerful. We sat on a bench as the sun went down, watching the sky redden, and Agnes asked me a question. It was the first time she'd said anything more than a few words since we left my flat. She asked me if I had a destiny. I don't need to tell you the question caught me off guard. I don't know if I've given the impression clearly enough yet, being a single guy in my early 30s still working the till at a Sheffield cafe, but I don't really see myself as having much of a destiny. Hell, I'm not even sure I believe in destiny. I certainly don't believe in God, and I feel that's kind of linked. So I told her this. She looked at me with the same sadness I'd seen on her face before. "That must be nice," she said, and went back to staring into the sunset. We went out several times after that. Each time she'd show up at my door unannounced and tell me what we were going to do. We went to the park a couple more times, had a meal in an Italian restaurant where she didn't eat anything, and even went to see a film. I remember it was The Prestige, and when I asked her thoughts on it, she just told me she hadn't been watching. God, she was so bizarre. The last date was November the 23rd, 2006. It was a Thursday, and the chill had really hit. It was too cold to spend an evening in the park, to be honest, but Agnes had decided that's what we had to do, so that's what we did. She never seemed to feel the cold. We'd walked in silence for about an hour, and it had gotten dark. I was about to suggest we leave, as they usually closed the park after nightfall, when I heard Agnes gasp. I turned to see her gripping her chest as though in sudden pain, and she told me we had to go. I followed her as she staggered out of the park and over to a phone booth where she made a panicked call. She said something about a tree falling, and that they had to finish something. Then she hung up. She leaned on my arm as we walked back to her flat. I'd never been there before, but it was clear she couldn't make it unassisted. The building was old, and the wallpaper of the corridor was a faded green lily pattern, occasionally scarred with a vivid hole burnt into it. As we approached her door, I saw a small group of people gathered around it, waiting. I recognized the woman she'd been talking to several weeks before, but the others were strangers to me. They were all dressed in rough work clothes and wore severe expressions. One of them, a big guy with a shaved head, was holding an unlit lantern and speaking to the others in a language that I think was Spanish or Portuguese. Another held a bag that seemed to be full of candles, while a third had a clear plastic container filled with hundreds of tiny spiders. None of them paid me any attention, and I was rapidly feeling like I was falling into something that I really didn't want to. Magnus turned to me and apologized, told me goodbye, and thank you. There was such a sense of finality to it that I felt like my heart stopped. I should have left. I should have turned around and walked back the way I'd come and accepted that I'd never see her again. Instead, I did the stupidest thing I've ever done. There, caught up in a series of events that I didn't understand but that terrified me, and drowning in emotions that I still can't explain, I asked if I could kiss her. Without warning, she put her hands either side of my head. I realized it was the first time our skin had ever touched, and I could feel the intense, hellish heat that radiated from inside her, but it was too late. She leaned in and kissed me. There are no words to describe the pain. My face erupted in boiling agony as I felt my skin start to crack and peel, and the heat washed over me, erasing all thoughts in blistering white. I felt the fat in my cheeks liquefy and bubble as I tried to scream, but my lips wouldn't work. I fell to the floor. The last memory I have before waking up in the hospital was a single tear dropping onto my hand. A tiny, sizzling pang of torment that still somehow managed to cut through. When I awoke 3 days later in the hospital, Agnes was dead. The police came and took my statement, but they had already decided it was a suicide, and when I tried to tell them what had happened, they looked at me like I was making it all up. At least, when they could stand to look at me at all. The doctors did their best and repeatedly told me that actually I was very lucky, as whatever fire I had put my face in should by rights have blinded me as well. It wasn't exactly a comfort. I lost almost everything after that. I never had much to begin with, and after I was let go at the cafe, I couldn't afford to keep my home. They didn't even try to pretend it wasn't because my burned face would scare away customers. I've ended up living with my father again, who has been understanding about the situation, though even he can't bring himself to meet my eye most days. The worst part is, looking back, I'm still not sure what I would have done differently were I to do it all again. Even after everything the police told me about her death and the hand, I don't know if I would have had it in me to resist. I just couldn't avoid being drawn in, like a moth to the flame. Statement ends. A rather different perspective on the woman known as Agnes Montague, or Agnes Fielding, depending on who you ask, although hardly a reliable account, steeped as it is in messy obsessions and confusion. Still, if the bald man with the lantern is, as I suspect, Diego Molina, it would indicate a link between his notable obsession with burning and Agnes, who apparently had not inconsiderable abilities in that area. I can't help but wonder if Arthur Nolan, the Hive's landlord, was one of the other members of that little group. I do not know if they have a name as such, but given the evidence of organization and the indications of worship, I have started to refer to them in my notes as the Cult of the Lightless Flame. And I believe they may also be connected to the ritual circle found in Scotland by Jason North. I've been as yet unable to find any other details on them with the information I have. Most of the information here has already been covered following the account of Agnes's time in Hilltop Road, but Martin has been able to make contact with Mr. Barnabas by email. He's apparently been doing much better in the years since his statement, having received some reasonably successful plastic surgery. He was unable to provide much more information than the above, but upon Martin's asking if Agnes had mentioned her childhood at all, he did recall her briefly alluding to being adopted. Tim also got in contact with Delia Akonjo, who confirmed what we had suspected, that the woman known as Agnes Montague had visited the Canyon Cafe for a decade and a half, apparently without aging a day. I am now convinced that this is the same Agnes who grew up in Hilltop Road, though exactly what she is, or why she seemed to retain her youth, remains a mystery, like everything else around here. Still, she is dead, as is Diego Molina. I can only hope that prevents them from causing further problems. End recording.
John, there's nothing down there.
No, that's not true. I told you what happened.
You told me you wandered around in the dark for hours at a time shortly after suffering an incredibly traumatic experience.
So you're saying I imagined it?
It's a possibility. The other possibility is there's something very dangerous down there. Neither makes me particularly inclined to unlock it.
So what do you plan to do about it? Send someone else?
We really don't have the budget for that.
So nothing. You're just going to leave it.
For now, I think that's for the best.
Please, Elias, I need to know.
You really think that this will help?
Yes. Yes, it's getting harder and harder to work down there without being sure of what's underneath me. So either give me the key or find a new archivist.
Oh, good Lord, don't be so dramatic, John. You know how hard it would be to replace you.
I don't, actually. But thank you, I suppose.
I'll have a copy made for you on one condition. Be careful. No more impetuous subterranean adventures, understand?
Of course, of course. Understood.
And for God's sake, get some sleep.
The Magnus Archives is a podcast distributed by rustyquill.com and licensed under a
Okay, so what do we think that fear was? That is so absolutely terrifying. And I feel bad for the guy. He just wanted to go on a date and his entire face. I guess that's where the Burning Desire title comes from. But I like how they looped back around with Agnes, because we did listen to an episode already on Hilltop Road about all of those adoptive children. So the story is intertwining more with itself, which is really nice. And I also like some of the subtle hints that they put in the story as well, like the scorch marks left in her seat from where she was sitting, or her coffee being extremely hot even after she had been sitting for so long. That was harder to guess, but it feels like it's contact. So that one was The Desolation. Let's go read about that one. So the desolation is fear of pain, fear of loss, fear of unthinking or cruel destruction. The desolation is one of the entities. It is a manifestation of pain and loss, all of the worst parts of a fire with none of the warmth. Jude Perry calls it a reckoning, a surging tide of destruction and pain, and blackened earth, the destructive, agonizing heat of burning flesh, and land scorned of life, the light with the comfort of fire stripped from it, leaving nothing but the terror of its approach. The desolation is worshipped by the cult of the Lightless Flame, which he just called them. Cult members are enriched by destroying the lives of people who had reasons to live and destroying things before their potential is realized. In exchange, the cult members can create extreme heat, but not fire, and gain the ability to manipulate skin as if it were wax. I think it's interesting that they say that they're enriched by destroying things before their potential is realized. Because she asked him, you know, do you believe in like destiny or like someone's like full potential? And he was just like, I don't even have anything really going on with myself. And I wonder if his answer would have been different if she would have actually like killed him. So yeah. So yes, we got to see Agnes again. And Diego Molina is another reoccurring name as well. Episode 68, The Tale of a Field Hospital. Statement regarding a book supposedly written by Sir Frederick Thrives. The Magnus Archives tells the tale of an eccentric artist who comes across a rather dirty book, whose text mysteriously differs from all other known copies of that book. I wonder what this one will be about then. The tale of a field hospital. And a book that has different text. Let us find out. Alright. After this episode, because this one's about 18 minutes, we'll take a short break and I'll go warm up a cup of tea. And then we will keep going. We're going to try to get through 10 tonight. So we started with 66. So we're going to try to make it to 76, but we'll see. We'll see how we feel. But I'll count down. Let us begin. 5, 4, 3, 2. Oh, I didn't even hit it. Sorry. Stop, I hit the wrong one. Alright. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There we go.
Rusty Quill presents The Magnus Archives. Episode 68, The Tale of a Field Hospital. Statement of Joseph Rousseau regarding a book allegedly authored by Sir Frederick Treves. Original statement given June 3rd, 2003. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, Head Archivist of the Magnus Institute, London. Statement begins. Thanks for letting me do this. I mean, I know you let anyone record a statement. That's why you're the Magnus Institute. So I could have just made something up, I guess, but I don't want to waste your time or irritate you guys. I mean, I'm a big fan of your work. Never had the academic chops to get access to your library or anything, but when all those statements were leaked back in '99, I know all the letters pages called you crackpots, but I know, yeah? I get it. I read them all, start to finish, and sure, there's a lot of nonsense in there, a lot of bad acid trips and liars, but in the middle, at the core of them, there was something there. There are things that go bump in the night, and now I think I've got one to share with you. So, I'm kind of an artist. I like to use the detritus of mankind's time on this planet to craft its own reflection back at itself, you know? So I take what other people consider garbage and use it to send a message to the puppet masters and fat cats who hold our lives in the palm of their hand and play with our society like a chess game. A message of art. You know what I'm talking about. I bet you have a ton in your archive about the Illuminati. That's why they smeared you so hard. I'm not asking to look at them or anything. I'm just letting you know that I get it. Yeah, I get it. So, anyway, I spend a lot of time at the dump. Not so much those huge iron skips or the bottle bank. I mean, like I don't have enough bottles in my studio already. But you know the bit in the middle where they sell stuff. All the stuff that really skirts the line between trash and treasure. Mirrors that are tarnished but still good. Old furniture just a bit too scuffed for the charity shop. You can get amazing things there for almost nothing if you look hard and aren't too picky. And when you're making art, you don't need to be picky. If something's not perfect, you can make it perfect. You use the beauty inside of you to reach in and pull the beauty out of the object, sometimes by breaking it more, sometimes by repairing it just enough, and once by setting it on fire. So the people at the dump around my area, they know me. Generally when I turn up, they key me into any of the good stuff that's come in. So I was checking out the tip near Wood Green 2 days ago, and they don't usually have a lot of good stuff. I mean, I've been there sometimes when there's literally no stuff out for sale, but this time they had a few furniture pieces and a cutlery set, but nothing I could use. But one of the guys who works there, I think his name's Gus, or Al. He looks like a Gus or an Al. Anyway, he pointed me to the only thing that really caught my attention. It was a wicker basket full of old books. Now this I was interested in. I'm working on a piece at the moment. It's called Page Views, and it's about the death of print media at the dawn of the digital age. Point is, I'm filling a bunch of computer monitors with shredded books, so cheap books, especially a bit old and a bit yellowed, were exactly what I needed. I discarded a few of them as the texture or page tone wasn't quite right, but there were plenty in there I could use. Then I spotted a book that looked a bit older than the others right at the bottom. It was large and the pages looked thick and loose. It was titled The Tale of a Field Hospital by Frederick Treves. So clearly I'm buying it, right? I mean, obviously you know Frederick Treves, the surgeon who was best friends with Joseph Merrick, aka the Elephant Man, aka my all-time favourite Victorian medical curiosity. And not just because he shares my name, though I guess that doesn't hurt. I mean, I knew about the book, Treves' account of his time working in a field hospital during the Second Boer War. I'd read it before, of course, but my copy had gone missing about the time Sandra moved out. She wasn't exactly a fan, and I think she threw away a whole bunch of my stuff out of spite. The thing is, this one looked old, like 19th century old, which, since that's when he was writing, meant that there was a good chance it was a first edition, and that sort of thing can be very valuable. Meaning I get a good read and a payday. Win-win, right? So I buy it for like 50p and head off, but it's weird. Don't know who owned it before, might have even been a library copy, but the sticker was mostly torn off. It didn't have a frontispiece though, and a lot of the pages had different ink weights or layouts, and it kind of looks like they were printed at different times. It's only when I get home that I remember The Tale of a Field Hospital was actually based on a series of short columns he wrote for the British Medical Journal during the war itself. So I reckon what I've got here might just be some kind of proofing or draft copy, or maybe some custom-bound collection of those articles, and I get really excited. As I started reading through it, though, there was something kind of weird. Bits of some of the chapters that I really don't remember from the version I read before. The book's old and dirty and kind of tricky to just read, so I copied down a few passages for you. So, almost halfway through, chapter 13, he talks about the men with the spades, the soldiers who came up every day to dig the graves for those who had died in the hospital. He describes them as unkempt and uncaring, their devil-may-care attitude hiding the deep sadness within them at their solemn duty. Except, in the version I have, it goes like this. Archivist's note, attached to this statement at various points, are handwritten versions of passages allegedly from the book in question. The graves at Freer were dug by our own men, or rather by a small fatigue party from a regiment nearby. Nearly every morning they came, the men with the spades. There were 7 of them, with a corporal, and they came up jauntily, with their spades on their shoulders and their pipes in their mouths. They were in their shirt sleeves, and there was much display of belt and of unbuttoned neck. Their helmets were apt to be stuck on their heads in informal attitudes. They were inexpressibly untidy. and they made in their march a loose, shambling suggestion of a procession. There was only one man who kept in his conduct a sense of decorum, yet I cannot recall it with any fondness. He wore his uniform precisely about him, and though perspiration assailed his face as he worked on his maudlin task, not a drop of it ever touched his jacket. He would gaze at me levelly when I watched him work. I fancied the flies flew thicker over whatever grave he worked upon. I asked the corporal for his name, and was told that that was Private Amherst. Fitting enough, I remarked, that he should be named for a dealer in smallpox, when he himself seemed almost taken by fever. I regretted my remark the following day, as he stood in his open grave, saluted me, and died on the spot of typhoid. Weird, right? That's not in the original. Well, the first bit is, I think, but the bit about the guy dying of fever while digging a grave, definitely not. So I reckon it must be a version with all the bits they cut out for publishing in the book or the BMJ. Still, not specifically supernatural, right? Well, later in the book, there's Chapter 19, The Story of the Restless Man. In the version I read before, it's a nice little story about a soldier with a wounded leg who's given a bed but keeps giving up his bed for other soldiers he reckons need it more. But it keeps damaging his leg more and more, and in the end they have to fully order him to stay in the bed. It's meant to illustrate the unselfishness of a soldier to his comrades. Well, in this weird edition, it goes a bit differently. Among the wounded who came down from Spy on Cop was a private whom I recognized, though I scarce can bring myself to believe it. Private Amherst, who was 2 months buried in the grave he himself had dug, was carried in on a stretcher. The thigh bone was broken, and the fracture had been much disturbed by the journey to the hospital. He did not respond to my questions about his supposed death, save a sly smile, and he was given a bedstead in one of the marquees. The limb was adjusted temporarily, and he was told to keep very quiet and not to move off his back. Next morning, however, he was found lying upon his face, with his limb out of position and his splints, as he said, staring me again in the eye, all anyhow. I asked him why he had moved. He told me, with flies buzzing around his fevered head, "You see, Doctor, I am such a restless man." The limb was more elaborately adjusted, and everything was left in excellent position. Next morning, however, the restless man was found lying upon the floor of the marquee, and in his bed was a man who had been shot through the chest. The marquee was crowded, and the number of beds were few. Those who could not be accommodated on beds had to lie on stretchers on the ground. The man who was shot in the chest had come in during the night, and had been placed on the only available stretcher. Amherst proceeded to tell me that he was happy to share what little he had with those in need. I will grant I was uncertain of how to proceed, when the man who was shot in the chest died unexpectedly, his wound turning septic with great rapidity, and in due course, the restless man was back in his own bed once more. It was not, however, for long. For on another morning visit, Amherst was found on the floor again, and again beamed forth an explanation that one of the wounded on the ground, who had come in late, seemed to be very bad, and so he had changed over. The present occupant also died of an infected wound within hours of my noticing. I was deeply shaken by this odd harbinger of sickness and fatality, but could think of no immediate redress for the matter. However, the moving of a man with a broken thigh from bed to ground and back again means not only such disordering of splints and bandages, but no little danger to the damaged limb. So I felt almost a relief when the wound turned gangrenous with such alarming speed that amputation was simply impossible. As he passed away, the second time, I implored him to stay that way. He just looked at me. "But you see, Doctor, I am such a restless man." Pretty spooky, right? You can see why I wanted to bring this to you guys. I mean, I know it's not exactly having my own statement, my own brush with the darkness that lurks behind the shadowy veil and preys on the unwary mankind, but it's the next best thing, right? I'll be honest, I didn't really read it fully before bringing it over here. I thought you're probably in a better position to do that with your researchers and that, but there was one other bit I wrote out. It was in a worse state than the others, but it was the final chapter, chapter 30. In the original, it recounts the rather miserable death of a soldier as contrasted with battlefield heroics, and is titled Sic Transit Gloria Mundi. In this version, it doesn't have a title, and it goes like this. I remember at Chieveley one morning before breakfast, watching a solitary man approach the hospital lines. I knew it was him long before my vision became clear. He was now staggering towards the hospital, a ragged, broken down, khaki-coloured spectre of a man. He dragged his rifle along with him. His belt was gone. His helmet was poised at the back of his head. His tunic was thrown over his shoulders. He was literally black with flies. He told me he had come from the concentration camps, that there were many among the Boers that shared his state, and that he longed to touch me with all that we had visited upon them. He talked of disease, putrefaction, and the writhing creatures of filth. He breathlessly talked of his revelation. Then he died, as did the man who came to bury him. So yeah, I reckon it might be right up your street. Consider the book a donation. It's not quite as cool as having a real close encounter of my own, but it's the next best thing. Be careful carrying it, though. Those old pages are kind of sharp. Statement ends. Mr. Russo was found dead in his home on June 5th, 2003, 2 days after his statement. Cause of death was found to be blood poisoning from a wound in his hand. Given that the medical records Sasha dug up seemed to indicate the putrefaction was far more advanced than the time frame would reasonably allow, I have a suspicion that Mr. Russo may have gotten a far closer encounter than he realized with a very dangerous book. A lightener, I would guess, though some slight charring around the edges of this statement leads me to believe that Gertrude may have made a somewhat unilateral decision about disposing of it, rather than committing it to storage. Beyond that, all the details seem more or less accurate. Sir Frederick Treves did indeed work in a field hospital during the Second Boer War, and did write a book about it titled The Tale of a Field Hospital, published in 1900. Tim hunted down an online version of the text, and it certainly doesn't match up with what Mr. Russo reproduced here. Interestingly, the official text makes no mention whatsoever of the concentration camps used to imprison Boer civilians during the conflict, where sickness and hunger killed tens of thousands, and indeed it is perfectly possible it was not part of the war Treves encountered or engaged with. Odd, then, that whatever thing it was that haunted him would choose that as its final message. Amherst is rapidly becoming one of an uncomfortably long list of names that I dread seeing in a statement. Could this be an ancestor of John Amherst, or, given the many apparent deaths of the soldier in the book, might it be the same being well over 100 years old? If so, I wonder how many times it has died of sickness and disease. Another point is a link that Treves brings up, which I had not considered, that of Geoffrey Amherst, an 18th century baronet who is most remembered for deliberately providing blankets infected with smallpox to Native American tribes during the so-called French and Indian Wars, leading to a devastating epidemic. A connection to a very different sort of monster, but still one that has the trappings of disease. I had assumed that Amherst was something similar to Prentice in his connection to insects, but that may not be all. Insects and disease. No clear connection other than the fact that they somehow feel similar. They both make one feel distinctly unclean. End recording. Supplemental. I'm in the tunnels. I was exploring and I got lost. I haven't gone down any of the stairs, and I think I'm still under the Institute. There were a couple of spiders, so I changed routes and found, I think it's a gas main. Must be for the whole building, but there's someone coming, and I don't know who else will be down here except, I mean, whatever's down here. It was just checking on the upper levels. I didn't prepare for...
John?
Ah!
John, is that you?
Oh, Sasha, thank God. I thought you were a... I don't know. What are you doing down here?
Forgot my coat. I noticed the trap door was open and wanted to make sure you were okay. Did Elias give you the key?
Yes, he thought it might help to stop to some of my wilder imaginings. Are you okay?
Yes, I'm okay. I don't really like it down here. Hard to focus.
Sasha managed to successfully navigate us out of the tunnels. Might defer future exploration for a while, at least until my heart rate settles down sometime in about a year. The place plays odd tricks with your mind. When I saw Sasha down there for a moment, it was like I didn't recognize her. She seemed far too tall somehow. I've locked it back up for now. I think I need some fresh air. End supplemental.
The Magnus Archives is a podcast distributed.
Okay. Not Roblox. Another Lightner causing havoc. Let's see. I genuinely could not distinguish which entity that one was. I was thinking it was the desolation because of the sickness, but maybe not. The corruption. So what is the difference between the corruption and desolation then? Let's see. Oh, it's a nasty one, that one. Just disgust, rot, decay, infection, that feeling of your skin crawling or itching, being touched by something that might burrow inside of you, swarming and hollowing you out, leaving you full of holes. So the corruption is the one that I think of with Junji Ito, because a lot of his works has the fear of holes, right? And if you look at our Be Right Back scene, there is a corner in the bottom right of the scene that is literally like holes in the ground with things moving behind them. And that was sort of like a nod of my love for Ito's work. So that's really interesting. The corruption is one of the entities. It is linked to feelings of disgust and revulsion, as well as the fear of corruption, disease, and filth. It manifests as mold, bugs, rot, decay, and infection. Elements of the corruption also show themes of love and companionship with unhealthy boundaries, where several of its victims find comfort in its manifestations. Growing fond of company others find vile. The corruption seems to specifically target people who are considered toxic by others as avatars. So that is the corruption. Loss of individuality, loss of self, collective consciousness, companionship, unhealthy love, infection, decay, rot, bugs, mold, mesophobia, verminophobia, bacteriophobia, or triphobia. Interesting. And it's they have aliases. Is filth or salate, the crawling rot. Wow. Which other episodes have had that so far? So the one episode that we listened to, number 45, about the mosquitoes, that one was the corruption because of the bugs and mosquitoes boring into the skin. That makes sense. All right. Episode 69. thought of the day. I thought that episode would take us to the top of the hour. And the synopsis for this one, statement regarding a failed psychology experiment. The Magnus Archives tells the tale of a worker at the University of Surrey who observes the web of madness that comes from an experiment into ESP. ESP is extrasensory. Oh wait, what was it again? It is extrasensory perception. There we go. All right, let's see what this one entails and what it's on about. What are you on about? All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Rusty Quill presents The Magnus Archives. Episode 69. Thought for the Day.
Here you go. Sasha in today?
Oh, she's got the day off. Said she was spending the day with this Tom of hers.
Oh, anything nice?
Didn't say.
Have you ever actually met him?
Why would I have? We don't exactly hold socials. He sounds nice enough, I suppose, in a Kensington sort of way. You ever met him?
No, but she's pretty private with that stuff, isn't she? Not like Tim. Just talk to him, please.
I think we've said more than enough. I doubt there's much more words can do for us.
You can't work together like this.
Ironically, I think working is all Tim and I can do together.
Look, John, when was the last time we all just talked? Just talked without all of this...
Thank you for the tea, Martin.
Okay, fine. He's not wrong, you know.
I know. Statement of Darren Harlow. Statement of Darren Harlow regarding a failed psychology experiment at the University of Surrey. Original statement given 18th November 2010. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, head archivist of the Magnus Institute, London. Statement begins. Things always seem so obvious in retrospect. That experiment was always a terrible idea. Even at the time, I remember thinking it sounded like something out of a horror movie. I mean, every time I heard a new detail about it, I'd go home and tell my wife, and we'd speculate over dinner about how it was going to go wrong in some grotesque and horrific way. We'd laugh and suggest the ways it could turn those poor grad students into crazed killers or mutated monsters. And when I started to see more and more spiders around the lab, I turned the very real sense of unease into the fun sort of fear. Like I was just playing at being scared. It's so strange. Even when you're really looking for horror, it's impossible to actually believe it. It always feels like something you made up, just having a bit of fun, scaring yourself. Because those things don't happen. Not in the real world. But you think sometimes about what the real world is. Just what your brain mixes together from what your senses tell you. We create the world in a lot of ways. I suppose it shouldn't be surprising that when we're not being careful, we can change it. Before you ask any in-depth questions about the methodologies or structure of the experiment, I should make it clear I'm just one of the cleaners. I have no idea how or why they started it, or God knows where the funding came from. I find it hard to believe the psych department okayed it, but I'm not an academic and those decisions are way over my head. I mainly take care of the science labs. Most of the cleaning crews at the university get shifted around a lot, working in different buildings or departments one month to the next. But there's a lot of stuff in the labs that requires additional training to clean safely, so we're a bit more specialised than the rest. I mean, they still don't let us within spitting distance of the really expensive equipment. That was all taken care of by the lab techs. But the point is I'm a much more familiar face around the science departments than a cleaner would otherwise be. There's also the fact that the science lot actually talked to me on occasion. I don't want to say it's because I'm white and the rest of the cleaning crew isn't, but they always talked to me in a way they didn't talk to the others. So I became the de facto point of contact between the cleaners and the rest of the staff. Long story short, I generally knew roughly what the deal was with most of the experiments being run at any point. So when Dr. Elizabeth Bates told me about the latest study by her psychology postgrads, I thought she was pulling my leg. The psych department is generally one of the least demanding from my perspective, as it's almost entirely people sitting at computers or in interview rooms. Once or twice I think they were given use of an MRI machine at some hospital or other, but that's more a neuroscience thing, and more importantly, didn't happen in the buildings I cleaned. Since I've been there, which is a good 7 years now, they've never crossed over into parapsychology, nothing even remotely less than respectable research. So when Liz explained the experiment and I realised they were basically doing ESP research, I got a bit excited. I mean, she dressed it up with all sorts of science jargon and sent my head spinning plenty, but it still basically boiled down to seeing if the thoughts and feelings of a group of people in one room had any effect on the experience of a subject in a separate, sealed room. I mean, she could talk about group dynamics and call it proximity intuition or whatever it was she said, but I know ESP research when I'm mopping its floors. Not that I mind it, of course, I love that crap. I'm a horror nut, but I generally tend towards the more sci-fi end. Demons and ghosts have never really got me, but give me aliens or the sinister powers of the human mind and I am there. I didn't tell any of this to Liz, of course. I got the impression that it was a bit of a sore spot, and I've no reason to piss off the people I work with. But you can be damn sure I was keeping a much closer eye on this experiment than I was the others, especially when she told me a bit more about how they were doing it. The basic premise was pretty similar to most of these studies. There was a room with a one-way mirror where the subject would sit, and they'd be strapped up to measure physical responses. The other side of the glass was anywhere between 1 and 20 participants who would be receiving stimulus for a certain response or feeling. Those feelings would be incited while their attention was on the subject through the mirror. Then they simply measured what, if any, response the subject had to something they couldn't see, hear, or otherwise be aware of. Sometimes the subject was told there were people on the other side of the glass when there weren't, in order to get a control group and weed out any placebo responses. The subject's name was Annabelle Kane. What really got me, though, was what Liz told me about the specific nature of the feelings they were trying to project. They were planning to work with fear. Specifically, they had selected as projectors a group of people who self-identified as arachnophobes, and at certain points of their watching Annabelle, videos of spiders crawling, eating, and spawning would be randomly projected over the glass, inciting an acute fear response. The reasoning was that fear was both an extremely powerful emotion and one that would be very easy to distinguish in Annabelle's responses. They wanted to see if they could use ESP to scare her. I told you it sounded like a setup to a horror movie, right? I don't know how they didn't see that. I mean, maybe they did. Maybe they went ahead with it for the same reason I joked with Laura about it instead of requesting a transfer. You come to relish the ghoulishness of it, because deep down, you know it's safe. The worst that might happen would be a few upset students. It should have just been an idle flight of fancy. Now, I can't really speak to what happened for the majority of the study. For obvious reasons, I wasn't cleaning the rooms in question while they were doing the tests, but I heard a few bits and pieces about it from Liz and some of the other researchers. It seemed to be going well to begin with. Annabelle was displaying some subtle but statistically significant signs of distress and unease while the spiders were being shown. signs that were noticeably absent during the control periods. I know that the fear reactions were certainly serious enough for the poor souls that had unwittingly signed up as projectors. I had to clean up when one of them was sick during the first round of testing. He had to leave the experiment, if I remember. Lucky sod. I'm sure you can guess what I ended up cleaning more and more of over the course of the study. Cobwebs. I mean, you can't avoid them in buildings with high ceilings and inviting corners, but even so, there were more and more of them each day. I'd brush or hoover them away in an evening, only to find them returned the next morning, thicker than ever. I never got a good look at the spiders behind them, unlike most of the ones I've seen sitting fat and proud in the centre of their webs. The most I ever saw of these would be a quick scuttle of dark legs disappearing into a hole in the plaster or behind a wall installation. It creeped me out plenty, but in a good way, I thought. I knew that logically they were just escaping the winter. I mean, you know how cold it's been these last few weeks. I tried to spook Liz, telling her how her dark experiments were summoning up an army of spiders. I had no idea. The tests were progressing, and they had started introducing multiple projectors at once to see how it affected the intensity of the feelings Annabelle was receiving. Liz was very excited by the results. I can still remember her face as she told me that Annabelle had apparently reported having several unsettling dreams about spiders. Notably, at no point in the experiment had she been informed that it was spiders being used. Liz was excited, telling me how the dreams seemed to map very well to the physiological responses they had been recording. How Annabelle had dreamed of tiny legs running along her veins like a web. It was then they started to have problems, though. While adding additional projectors had at first increased the severity of the responses, it seemed this had very quickly tapered off, and soon the measurements had changed significantly. They were still getting noticeable responses, but they weren't like the ones they'd gotten before. They didn't appear to be fear. Liz was irritated by this, as even though the results still looked good for a general ESP study, the variation in response tone would apparently muddy the research in ways she wasn't keen on. I only saw Annabelle Kane once during this period. She wasn't hard to pick out. She dressed like a vintage clothing store exploded on her, and her short bleach blonde hair stood out sharply against dark skin. The first time I saw her, I liked her. She looked like the kind of student who occasionally talked to cleaners like they were people. Not that we ever actually spoke, but she had that air about her. This time, though, it was just as she was leaving the mirror room. She was walking strangely, like her trousers didn't fit her right. She kept bending her knees at kind of odd angles, holding herself with this stiffness. Her arm was extended, and she ran her hand along the wall as she went, moving her fingers rapidly so it scuttled like a spider with its legs missing. Even then, I didn't really start to consider what might be happening. No, I didn't take it seriously until what happened last Thursday. I'd pulled a late shift, and just finished my first sweep of the labs. I'd made a start on mopping the corridors leading up to the rooms Liz had been using, when I noticed the lights were still on. Now, she'd mentioned that afternoon they were trying the first sessions with all 19 of the remaining projectors. They'd had a predictably high dropout rate. Now, I know that the more people you have involved in a test, the longer it tends to take and the more potential there is for delays, so it might well have overrun, but it was 9:30 in the evening by that point, so it seemed very unlikely it would have gone on that long. I thought maybe they'd just left the lights on by accident. These things happen. I did my best to forget that the lights in those rooms were normally motion activated. I hope someday I'll forget what I saw when I opened that door, but I won't. All the arachnophobes, Liz's projectors, were stood in two circles, the one inside of the other. Their hands and arms were locked together in a complex, interlocking pattern, and they walked around, rotating the whole thing slowly but surely. Liz wasn't there, but in the corner I could see one of her postgrad students. I think his name was Mark, standing there, staring like he was in some sort of trance. I mean, they all looked like they were in a trance. The other side of the glass, I could see Annabelle Kane stood there, staring at them. Her body was hunched over and contorted in a way that was definitely not natural, and I really wanted to have been a trick of the light. But for a second, it looked like she had more than 2 eyes. Almost as soon as I entered the room, the movement of the circle stopped abruptly and their heads snapped to face me all at once. I froze in panic. They dropped their arms to the side, and for a moment I was sure they were going to attack me. But instead they turned back towards the window, towards Annabelle, and walked up to it, lining close in front of the glass. With a sudden, jerky motion, they drew their heads back, then slammed them into the mirrored window, shattering it all at once. I wanted to run, but I couldn't will my body to move. I just stood there, watching the blood run down from the cuts in their foreheads as Annabelle began to climb through the broken window, her limbs moving and reaching slowly and deliberately. The others didn't move a muscle as she crawled over them, then over the floor towards me. When she was about a foot away from me, she drew herself up to her full height. I don't know exactly how tall she had been before, but now she loomed over me by almost a full foot. Her eyes locked on mine, and I began to feel something. It was like 100 tiny, scurrying legs inside my skull, moving and scampering through my mind. I felt my hands, which had dropped to the side of my body, begin to raise. They gripped my legs, and then, apparently of their own accord, they began to crawl up me, climbing slowly over my stomach, my chest, my shoulders, until finally they came to rest upon my throat. I've never been a strong man, but that didn't seem to matter as my own fingers began to close around my neck like a vice. Panic was making me breathe fast and shallow, but within seconds I couldn't even do that. I don't know if you've ever been strangled, but it takes a lot longer than you think it does. I've no idea exactly how long it was before the edges of my vision began to go dark, but it felt like forever. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw Mark, the researcher, move. I don't know how he'd broken whatever spell Annabelle had put him under, but he'd apparently managed to. With a sudden, unexpected motion, he charged at her and slammed his full weight into her side. The attack took her completely off guard, and she fell hard against the edge of the broken window, the side of her head making a god-awful crunching sound as it hit. All at once the others collapsed onto the floor like their strings had been cut. My hands dropped as well, and I took a long, painful gasp of air. I collapsed, taking a few moments to try and regain myself. Mark already had his phone out and was trying to call the police. I was groggy, and my brain felt like someone had taken a belt sander to it, but I managed to struggle to my feet. I looked at the crumpled form of Annabelle Kane just as it started to get back up. I could see the side of her skull had been caved in, and beneath the wet mess of blood and bone, I saw a mass of dull, white cobweb. I ran. I'm not proud of it. I ran out of that building, back to my car, and I just drove away. I drove for almost an hour before I finally pulled into a side road and started crying. I never saw any of them again. The university administration contacted me before the police did. They told me in no uncertain terms that if I valued my job, I had officially not been in the building that night. I didn't really know what I'd have told the cops anyway, and I needed that job. So when I was questioned, I told them I'd been homesick with a stomach bug. I think the fact that I looked like death helped convince them, and I wore a high-necked shirt to the interview. Official line was that Annabelle had suffered a psychotic break and broken the window, injuring a lot of people with broken glass before beating Mark half to death and fleeing the building. The others in that room didn't seem to remember anything, and I don't know if Mark ever mentioned me in his testimony. He and Liz still haven't returned to the university, and I've not made any efforts to contact them. As far as I know, Annabelle Kane is still out there. I'm keeping my distance from anything even remotely spider-related, though. I somehow managed to live through one horror movie. I have no intention of going looking for another. Statement ends. More spiders. Mr. Harlowe's testimony does at least have the decency to be widely corroborated. The story of the psychology student who went mad during an ESP study is still widely discussed in certain quarters of Surrey University, and there are multiple newspaper articles covering the events in depth, though none of them mention the arachnid angle, or indeed Mr. Harlowe's involvement. Both Mark Voigt and Dr. Elizabeth Bates left the university almost immediately following the incident under something of a cloud. Dr. Bates has refused our request for an interview point blank, while Martin informs me that Mr. Voigt's testimony was disjointed and borderline incomprehensible. Apparently, biologically, his account of the spiders doesn't make any sense, according to Martin. Also, apparently he cried a lot. He did, however, at least confirm the presence of Mr. Harlowe at the event, and the rest of the conversation was a mess of rambling about legs and scuttling. Despite his recent issues, Tim came through on this one. Police reports do support the official story of a student who suffered a violent episode and attacked other people involved in a research study. It was ascribed to a psychotic attack, though Annabel Kane's parents have repeatedly stated she had no history of mental illness or violence. Indeed, I've rarely seen so blatant a use of the image of a frothing lunatic outside the pages of lurid fiction. I do not think she went mad. Annabel Kane has never been apprehended and appears, to all intents and purposes, to have disappeared. What is equally, if not more concerning, is that in the years since that statement, every one of the other participants in that study, Dr. Bates' so-called projectors, have also disappeared. I cannot help but wonder how many cobwebs might be found in their old homes. End recording. Supplemental. I've not been back in the tunnels. I find myself, let's call it what it is, I'm scared. Especially after last week's abortive exploration. And yet, every other lead seems to have dried up, or given more questions, without resolving anything. And short of confronting Elias with what I found, or waiting in the unlikely hope of more tapes from Basira, I am struggling to settle on any plan that doesn't take me down into those tunnels. Down to find something that has made very clear that it does not want to be found. I should ask the others for help, but I can't. At best, they'd just try to talk me out of it. At worst, no, if I'm going down there, I go alone. I should just leave it. They're right. But I can't not know. End supplemental.
So, I don't like spiders. Every time I listen to this, like the show, I am reminded of how much I don't like spiders. Like, I'm the type of person that just by listening to it, I literally feel like crawly. I feel creepy, crawly little legs. So that when I had first listened to the show, I actually deeply considered skipping all of the episodes that have to do with the web, which is the entity specifically that this episode was about, which makes sense because the web is spiders. But it just makes me feel so itchy after listening to it. Like, my arm hurts from me scratching. It's not... And even when I find spiders, like, inside, I won't kill them. I'll try to scoop them up and take them outside. But if I can't manage to scoop them up, then, you know, then they have to die. And I feel bad about it, but like, wow. I remember I've seen is it called a hunter spider? And they're so, they're so big. And it was carrying its babies on its back. And I literally just did a about face. I saw it on the ground. I had my broom in my hand. And I was like, nope, I'm not going to do that. And I just turned around and walked away. And I'm glad it was outside. Like, I just wanted to sweep it away from the house. But no, I didn't. I just left it. I was like, nope, there's a chance that it'll get on the broom or the babies will fly off. Like, oh man, it's making me itchy just thinking about it. No. That was crazy. Is Annabelle a spider? She is an avatar of the web. I guess that's a good way to say it. She's an avatar of the entity, the web. So in a way, yes, she is a spider. Because she picks up their special... I'm so itchy. Oh, man. Okay, let's see. Let's read about Annabelle really quick. Have we seen her in any other episodes before I look too far into this? Oh, I'm so itchy. I guess it's good that we're gonna take a little break. Okay, so I don't think she shows up until other later episodes, so I can't really read too much more. But we can read about that episode. So this incident is supposedly what caused Annabelle to have such a terrible fear of spiders that she would eventually end up volunteering for the arachnophobia study at Surrey University sometime before November 2010. These events are more verifiable as they were procured by the archivist from a witness. She was the psychic receiver for other people's fear, stimulated by watching videos of spiders. She began to have dreams about spiders crawling on her. The experiment appears to have invoked the web to cause Annabelle's hypothesis as an avatar. So this episode is like what actually caused her to become an avatar for the web. While this was presumably inadvertent on the part of all the participants, it was likely directly caused by Mother of Puppets. During the study, she appeared very tall and displayed the ability to control other people. She displays this ability by controlling all the participants of the study and by forcing Darren Harlow's hand to strangle him. Graduate student Mark Voigt cracked her head open on the wall, and inside was empty. Inside it was, oh my gosh, she didn't even have a brain. It was just spider webs. So yeah, she's a spider. She's she's the avatar for the web entity. Oh my gosh. No. Alright, well, that's Annabelle. Annabelle Kane, nice to meet you. I think I'm gonna go splash my face with water because I do still feel itchy. Alright, let's do our break. And I'll actually put up our BRB scene so that you can sort of see the Junji Ito inspiration. There's other artists like why can't I think of his name right now? And I've been to his museum and everything. Gosh. That's crazy, yeah. I agree, dear. I agree. Oh, I definitely want to go wash my face though. I'm just like, ooh, gross. I always like, whenever I feel like that feeling of like a random like hair or something like that, it makes me think that it's like a cobweb or something. Like I just, ugh. And I've seen and have had to treat like brown recluse bites on people, and like, oh my gosh, if you ever get bitten by a brown recluse spider, please immediately go to the hospital. Like their poison, like it's almost like an acid, and it like eats away at the flesh. It's really, that might also be why I have such a fear of spiders as well too, because I've seen like how their bites, I'm like looking over my body. I've seen how their bites and their poison can affect the human flesh, and it's like it looked like someone just dropped acid on the skin, and there was like, it creates like this deep pocket, like this deep hollow pocket. It's really no. One of the things in my life that I wish I had not had to see, but either way, let's take a break. And then we'll get back to, oh my gosh, please let me stop itching. We'll be on episode 70. Oh my gosh. I find it interesting that episode is called Thought for the Day. All right. I will be back. Please take a break. It's also 2200, so if it's time for you to wind down for the evening, please make sure that you have turned off everything in your home, that you've locked all your doors, and that you've got a nice cup of water by your bedside if you are winding down your evening with us. Yes, and a blanket, of course. Anything warm and soft. All right, let's go. it would be the intermission, dear. How are you? Alright, my face is splashed. I feel a little better. I still feel a little itchy. But I made a cup of tea. I'm still trying to get like the routine of my tea kettle. The routine. I'm trying to figure out when I can turn my tea kettle off so that the water is not like piping hot. Allergic reaction to spiders. The last episode that we listened to has featured spiders, and it made me very, very itchy, and I felt little creepy crawlies, so I wanted to go wash my face. Oh, apologies for being late. I was a little sick, but I am back in business. You don't have to apologize, dear. I'm just happy to see you when you can be here, you know? And I'm glad that you're feeling hopefully better. You can join the sick boat with me. You know, feeling sick is like the norm. I'm trying to make light of not a light situation, but I'm glad that you're feeling better. And I definitely don't want you to be sick. So, is your day going well otherwise? Well, I guess your evening now. I feel like you've been rather busy on, well, you know, yeah. So, when I don't see you here, I just assume that you work late. The apology is just a courtesy. I know you aren't expecting me to kneel and ask for get on your knees now. No. Worship your goddess. You know, I hop on a boat. Oh, I'm on a boat and I'm moving fast and I got my dream siren with me and we're blasting. I'm a rapper. But I'd happily be on a boat with you too. I'd rather be in the vast than in the web. More the vast than the web. Oh, itchy, oh my goodness. Captain would rhyme too. I'm on a boat with my captain. Yeah, it would. You're a rapper too. We're just linguistically styling. Alright, so Jesus, just I think this is gonna stay with me tonight. I might have to take like a Benadryl or something to calm my itch. Let us see what we have on the. Oh my gosh, I'm still so itchy. Why? Ah, man. Oh, I missed someone's question. Goodness gracious. Which car do you like? The Bugatti Chiron and the Supra. I think I missed that message between all of Jose's messages earlier, so I'm sorry that I missed your question, Ethan. But yes, it is the Chiron or the Supra. Those are my two favorite vehicles for no reason at all. Think I missed anything else? Okay. Let's get on with the show, shall we? We're going back in our episode 70, Book of the Dead. Did we talk about... Oh, we did talk about that one. Okay, so Book of the Dead, episode 70. A statement of Masato Mori regarding an unusual inheritance and the case thereof and causes thereof. Alright, let's try to think about what the entity could be for this episode. Let's get our timer. And let's begin. And thank you for being here with me. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So itchy, so itchy.
Rusty Quill presents the Magnus Archives.
Episode 70, Book of the Dead.
Statement of Masato Mori regarding an unusual inheritance and the causes thereof. Original statement given 9th December 2003. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, Head Archivist of the Magnus Institute, London. Statement begins. I did wonder why he left me anything in the first place. Philip Doer and I always kind of hated each other. You know those friends you have who aren't really your friends, but you go to the same parties and it's not enough of a thing that you'd actually avoid each other, so everyone just assumes you're friends and you kind of absorb that and even start picturing them when you think about your friends as a group. But deep down you both know you don't actually like each other, it's just that it's actually more effort to not be friends. Well, Phil was one of those. He was fine if you were discussing a movie and he was picking apart the dialogue or the casting choices, but whenever he started drinking, he got political. And let's just say he was the sort of guy who thought that minimum wage was a bad idea. I don't have particularly strong opinions myself, but it really wasn't a rant you want to hear when you're 4 beers in, especially when you've heard it plenty already. It was like, yeah, Phil, we know you got where you are through sheer hard work and determination, and the fact your parents gave you their second house as a 21st birthday present didn't help at all. Asshole. Not that I want to speak ill of the dead. Anyway, as far as I knew, my distaste for him was always mutual, so it came as a real surprise to learn he'd left me something in his will. I'd love to make some flippant remark and say the only gift I needed was him falling under that train. But, truth be told, his death actually hit me pretty hard. All of us felt it. I mean, 37 years old. It's an odd time to go. It's not really in the realms of tragic loss of a young life so full of potential, but it's still a long way from, I guess it was his time. It just hit all of us that we were entering the period of our lives where sometimes people die. Life was no longer a given, and it wouldn't actually be as long as all that before funerals were starting to outnumber the weddings. This was back in February, and I'd just turned 34, but it played on my mind. Mortality, I just kept thinking to myself, the moment I die will feel just the same as this one. It's not a thing forever in the future. I will be in that present, just as surely as I am in this one. And I will end. I've never been a religious man, and I always say I take comfort in the idea of a peaceful oblivion, but that's a lie. I'm terrified. The inheritance I received from Phil didn't exactly do anything to calm my mind. It was listed in the inventory as his journal, but looking at it, that didn't seem right at all. It was clearly older than 37 years, with the black bookcloth faded and worn away at the corners. For a second, I wondered if maybe it was some sort of family journal passed down between generations, but then leaving it to me made even less sense. I still took it. I mean, what else are you going to do in a situation like that? It was larger than it had looked lying on the table and heavier, like one of those old family Bibles you sometimes see in museums. I did have the decency to wait until the end of proceedings before I carried it home and started to look on the internet to try and see how much it might be worth. This was actually the first time I took a proper look at it. I don't know, really. The whole thing felt so surreal that actually examining the thing hadn't quite felt right when they first gave it to me. There wasn't any obvious name on the cover, and I wondered if it might have had a dust wrapper that had been lost, but it seemed far too large for anything like that to fit. Opening it up at the beginning, it seemed to lack a proper title page as well, or any other form of identification. Instead, printed there was a quote, though there wasn't any attribution for it. It read, "Life is a current which cannot be fought. It is a march with one destination. You cannot cease your step, nor move your course to one that skirts the journey's termination." And below it, in a faded blue ink, was a handwritten message. "You have already read too much." I laughed at this. I was starting to think that maybe Phil was finding one final way to be an asshole from beyond the grave. I'd never thought he'd actually had much imagination, but a gruesome practical joke did seem the most likely explanation at that point. So I turned the page to see what was next. The next page was in Latin, but not printed Latin. It looked handmade, like those old medieval books that monks used to write out. The ornate Gothic script cascaded down the page, rigid and sharp. Obviously I couldn't read it, even if I had the first clue about Latin, which I do not. I could barely make out which letter was which. The next page was similar, and the one after that. It was almost 20 pages before the writing became something close to what I recognized. It was English, but not like modern English. I'm not sure if it was old or middle or whatever, but they tried to make me study the Canterbury Tales once for English class, and it looked kind of like that. Close enough to real words that you knew it was the same language, but it was spelt all wrong and didn't actually make much sense when you tried to read it. There were a couple of words that stuck out, though. It seemed to be about someone called Julian, and death cropped up a few times, which I assumed was a death, and even one instance of the word homicide, which I didn't even know was a word back then. The next pages were more of the same, though I did gradually get more and more so I could understand it. Each was in a very different hand until it reached the entry on Christopher. This was one of the first with printed type, and like the others had no real heading or formatting, just a solid block of text that covered the page. It was an account of the death of someone named Christopher, which apparently took place in the year of our Lord 1592. He was dragged through the streets of Norwich by a horse, scraping off a good deal of skin on the jagged, frozen ground. After about 10 minutes of leaving this bloody trail, the horse proceeds to stop, turn around, and slam its hooves into his head until it caves in. Christopher does not lose consciousness until the third impact. This whole scenario was described in vivid, graphic detail. I felt a bit unwell reading the account of how it felt for him to hear his own skull breaking. It soon became clear that all the accounts were similar. Each detailed a death, often violent, always unpleasant. They were in chronological order, with what looked like 5 to 10 years between each one, though sometimes they came much quicker, one after the other. I also started to notice on some of the pages a faint scorching around the edges, though it would be some time before my own attempts to burn it proved how resilient it really was. As it went through the ages, the style and the manners of the death updated with it, though no one found in those pages seemed to die naturally. I wasn't reading them very closely at that point, one gruesome death being very much like another. When I reached the last 2 pages before the book's contents became blank, the penultimate was for Philip Doerr, and the last one, as I'm sure you might have guessed, was for me. It was hard, reading the book's description of Phil's death. It lingered on his terror as he felt himself falling off the platform, the screech of the train's wheels as they rumbled unstoppably towards him. It said that though his legs were severed and his body crushed, it had taken him almost 2 minutes to die, as he watched his blood flowing out along the rails. I couldn't believe what I was reading. It was sick. Could someone have put this in the book after his death? Why would they do something like that? Or could it be that Phil's accident had been more deliberate than everyone thought? Maybe it was suicide, but even then, I respect anyone's right to end their own life, but even if that was the case, writing gory fiction about it beforehand is well beyond anything that Phil was capable of. I didn't know what to do. Should I tell someone? And tell them what? The book was old, and these pages looked newer than the handwritten bits, sure, but they still did look like part of the book. If this was some elaborate hoax or morbid joke, whoever did it had a whole book deliberately written, printed, and very convincingly aged, just to play it on me, whose only significance was that I kind of didn't like a man who died. None of it made any sense. Finally, I turned to the last page before they turned blank. It was my death. It was to occur, so it said, in 2014, 11 years in the future. I was, apparently, to be walking along an isolated country road in Lancashire, of all places, when a passing car would lose control and run me down. The impact would drive me into the wooded barrier, impaling me on a fallen tree branch. The driver was killed in the crash, and no one else would pass by as I lay there, alone and screaming for help, until my body finally gave up. It was quite particular about how the jagged wood was going to feel as it passed through my torso. I closed the book and tried to understand what I had just read. It was a joke. It had to be. A sick prank by someone who had clearly hated me far more than I had expected. Phil had decided to kill himself and had had this made to harass me afterwards. It was the only explanation that made any sense. Besides, even if it was somehow true and this thing could genuinely tell the future, my end was still well over a decade away, too far to be of any immediate worry. I simply wouldn't go to Lancashire. Maybe ever. Certainly not in 2014. I had no idea what would even cause me to go there in the first place, so I did my best to ignore it. For a while. It played on my mind, though. How could it not? So I started to look into some of the other deaths it detailed. Not obsessively, at least not at that point, but I took the time to search online for a few of the names and how they died. It wasn't easy, as the book only ever gave first names, and most of them predated online records by a long way. Eventually, though, I found one. Alexander, so the book claimed, had died in 1983, after his home was broken into. He was stabbed 7 times in his bed before his throat was sliced open. The entry went so far as to assure me that the murderer was never identified or caught. Well, after a little bit of digging, I found him. Alexander Willard. There was an article on the history of the small town of Ulster, near Stratford-upon-Avon. It was focused on the darker aspects of the area's history, and detailed the few ghosts that supposedly haunted the area. Tucked at the end of the piece was the mention of a strange, unsolved murder that had taken place in 1983, where a local mechanic named Alexander Willard had been killed in his bed. No culprit was ever found, and no motive for the crime was ever determined. Of course, that didn't prove anything, not really, only that whoever had written the book had really done their research. There was nothing to it but a lot of time and energy that had, for some reason, gone towards the sole purpose of scaring me. If it was true, if it was real, and Phil had it in his possession, surely he could have read of his own demise and taken steps to avoid it. I turned back to the page for my own death. The sickening desire to reread the details gnawed at me. And that was when everything I thought I knew crumbled. Because the page had changed. The words were as solid and unmoving as they always had been, but now it told me that I died in London, in 2012. I was apparently renting a flat in Bethnal Green with a faulty gas main. The gas had built up undetected, and when I tried to light the oven to cook a piece of salmon, It exploded and set the whole place alight. I was to be admitted to the Royal London Hospital Emergency Department with third-degree burns over 70% of my body, where I died 19 hours later. My whole body was shaking at this point. I threw the book across the room and left. I walked for hours, no idea in which direction. It wasn't possible. I was losing it. It was the only explanation. But I knew that I was as sane as I ever had been. When did it change? Was it when I turned back to read it again? Or perhaps when I'd made the decision to never visit Lancashire? If the book knew the future, then how much did it know me? My decisions and choices were my own, so was it responding to them, or simply to the fact that I opened the book again? Perhaps it changed every time I opened it, even if I didn't read the page. Every interaction changing my fate, though none, it seemed, made it less horrible. I went to stay with a friend of mine, John Kendrick, for a few days. He could see something was wrong and thankfully didn't ask me about it. Instead, just tried to cheer me up. I tried to forget it, to ignore what I had read, but it's not the sort of thing that ever truly leaves your mind. And eventually I found myself back in that lonely house, staring at that damned book. Had it changed? Were the words now within that raggedy black covering already describing a new, more painful end for me? Or had it shown mercy and granted me a quicker death? I tried to destroy it, of course. It wouldn't burn, and water didn't seem to damage the pages. Spilled ink didn't mark them, and though I considered burying it, I couldn't shake the feeling that those who came before me must have tried all the same things. I read my death again, as it told me how I was to be partially decapitated by a falling piece of masonry on New Year's Eve 2011. I try not to read it, of course, but sometimes it just gets too much. Every time, the date gets closer, and the manner of my death stays just as awful. When I close the book, I wonder, are those same words still there, squatting and biding their time, or have they already changed into some new, unknown terror that I can neither know nor avoid, waiting to spring on me? I haven't brought the book with me to show you, and I am not planning to write up a will. I don't know whether it's ownership of the thing that makes it write your fate, or just reading it. Either way, I will keep it as long as it will let me. Until I reach an end that may be more gruesome, but is fundamentally no different than that which awaits us all. Statement ends. Mr. Murray disappeared shortly after making this statement. As far as we can determine, it was a voluntary disappearance, as the lease on his flat was cancelled shortly beforehand, and he resigned from his post as an administrator with Birmingham City Council. Since then, he has apparently been successful in changing or hiding his identity, and neither Sasha nor Tim have had any luck locating him, though Tim was able to confirm that one Philip Doer passed away after falling under a train at Birmingham New Street Station on the 1st of August 2003. There are also no accident reports we were able to find that matched any of his supposed predicted deaths. I've discouraged further attempts to locate Mr. Murray, as even the latest of his possible ends was some years ago now, and if he was in any way correct about the book, he is most likely long dead. Notable in his account, however, is the absence of any indication that this book was ever possessed by Jürgen Leitner. It seems to support the theory that whatever these books are, Leitner is not entirely responsible for them. One other slightly encouraging piece of news is apparently IT have finally figured out what's wrong with Sasha's computer. It's been getting authentication errors when trying to connect with external devices or networks. I can't say I'm fully familiar with exactly what that means, but hopefully now the problem has been isolated, they can come up with some sort of workaround, and future investigations will be able to once again fully utilize her technical skills. End recording. Supplemental. Books. Again and again, it always seems to come back to those books. There are other artifacts that hold sinister power, certainly, but none of them seem to be quite so prevalent or insidious as those damn books. But why? I had always assumed that Leitner had created them somehow, leasing part of his own damned soul to give them power or some similar nonsense. But no, I've heard enough now to be sure that these books existed long before he managed to hunt them down. Not all of them, though, it would seem. I found something in the tunnels. I have now thoroughly explored the upper level, at least as far as I'm able. Further in, some of the passageways are blocked off or ruined by infrastructure works, pipes and drainage, that sort of thing. It may be that the lower levels would have a route underneath and back up the other side, though I've yet to make much headway down there. But shortly after I started exploring the second level, I found something. It was a room, empty except for 3 wooden chairs. It looked like there had previously been more, but they had been smashed. Based on the scorch marks in the corner, I think I know what they were used for. The ashes were old. Impossible to tell what they might have been before they were burned, except for the small scraps of old paper dotted about the floor. I think someone tore up a book and then burned it. There was only one scrap large enough to decipher anything legible. They have for adversaries the Zatariel, or concealers, the demons of absurdity, of intellectual inertia, and of mystery. That answers the question of what happened to the copy of the Key of Solomon that Gertrude bought. But if she only bought it to destroy it, why down there? There seemed to be no especial significance to the room except that it contained some old wooden furniture. No sign of the other lighteners, though. I'll need to keep looking. End supplemental.
The Magnus Archives is a podcast distributed by rustyquill.com and licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 international license. Today's episode was written and performed by Jonathan Sims, produced by Alexander J. Newell and Mike LeBeau, and directed by Alexander J. Newell.
It's literally Death Note. It's it has to be. That was the first that was the first thing that came to my mind. It's like it's a Death Note with its own Shinigami. There's no it doesn't sound like there's like a human writing in it. It sounds like it's just rewriting itself. Can you imagine that? Like, what would a UK Shinigami even look like? Just have been terrorizing people since the beginning of time, or whenever the book was created. That would be tragic. I do want to find out though if you have to be you have to be given the book. Yeah. Or if, like, it didn't sound like everyone had it. Let's see. So life is a current which cannot be fought. It is a march with the one destination. You cannot cease your step nor move your course to one that skirts the journey's termination. So that's basically saying, like, you cannot evade death or your destination of your course in life. And if it was handwritten in Latin, so it says the first page Masato was able to read was about the death of a man called Christopher in 1592. And it's not necessarily a Leitner book as well, but it could be. I don't know. I did think it was interesting them mentioning about Sasha and her computer was having authentication issues, which means that it was not verifying that it was really her. So keep that in mind. Sasha was having trouble with her computer in episode 49 as well. The Book of Evil, pretty much. Okay, so back to episode 49. Sasha is unable to use her usual technical skills to gain access to the police report, supposedly because her computer has broken down. The more odd behavior is on the Sasha front as well. So I don't think we've read about the end. So that was the deity for this episode. So let's read about the end. And the end is the fear of death. Simple, but always there. The end is one of the oldest and by far the most passive of the entities. Its fear of influence includes death and the fear of death, as well as the cruel and unstoppable end of things. The end frequently manifests through the dead and common imagery surrounding death, and has particularly close ties to dreams. It is noted by Oliver Banks that the end will be the last entity to remain when all the other entities are gone, and will itself eventually die. Makes sense, being as that it is the end. Cool, we got a Death Note episode. Alright, the next episode is Underground. First entity that comes to mind, the Buried. And the synopsis for this one is statement of Caroline Gorka regarding a brief period trapped on the underground, or the London Underground. Statement taken from subject. You know, I want to, well, outside of us deciding everyone deciding what their favorite episode is, or their most memorable, I should say, because favorite with something scary somehow doesn't feel right. But I wonder what the most highly rated episode in the series is on their site. And I wonder if there's a way to find out outside of looking at every single episode, but we'll look towards the end to see. Alright, let's get our timer prepared and begin our countdown. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Rusty Quill presents the Magnus Archives.
Episode 71, Underground.
Okay.
1 second. Statement of Karolina Gurka regarding a brief period trapped on the London Underground. Statement taken direct from subject, 25th January, 2017.
Thank you. On the night of the 6th of January 2017, I left the Star of Kings and walked down to the tube station at King's Cross St Pancras. For reasons I'm not interested in discussing here, I have for some years now maintained a tradition of celebrating a personal New Year's Eve with a handful of close friends a week or so after the actual event. The last two of these celebrations have taken place at the Star, a pub which I have grown fond of for its choice of beer and the open fireplaces that it keeps lit during the winter. I find it a very comforting place. It was exactly 1 in the morning when I left, as that was when the pub closed on a Friday, and the only guests still remaining were a colleague of mine named Andrew Barnett, my friend Leanne Hillard, and her husband Mark. All of them will confirm my presence and the time of my leaving. I had originally planned to go home shortly after midnight, and my housemate Tamara Simkin had gone back at that time, but I had been in a rather heated discussion with Andrew and had stayed until last orders. On my way to the station, I stopped into Crystal Kebab and bought a box of chips, which I ate there. I ate slowly as the wind had picked up and I was not keen to go back out into the cold. By the time I arrived at the station, I had missed what would have previously been the last tube. It was with some relief that I realised the Victoria line, which would take me up to my home near Seven Sisters, had recently started running an all-night service on Fridays and Saturdays. I was somewhat reluctant to share my ride home with a carriage full of drunks, but that was always the danger of drinking on a Saturday. So I made my way down the escalators and through the tunnels to the northbound Victoria line platform. It was deserted. Not a single person was there beside myself. Looking down to the other end, I did see another figure. Just one. But they were walking away and out into the rest of the station. It was hard to tell from a distance, but I believe he was holding a shovel of some sort. There hadn't been a train for almost 10 minutes, but at the time I didn't think much of it. It was eerie, waiting there, and maybe I should have taken it as a warning sign, but there had been a lot of noise around me all night, and now I was relishing the quiet. I hoped that if the platform was this deserted, maybe the train would be quiet as well. Perhaps I could even get a carriage to myself. The train pulled up as normal. Maybe the brakes squealed a bit more than they should have, but there was nothing that stood out to me as odd. Looking back, maybe the train car was older than it should have been, or dustier, but I wasn't paying that much attention and I didn't get a good look at it afterwards. So when the doors opened, I stepped inside and took a seat. I turned out to be right. There wasn't anyone else in the carriage at all. It was just me. My phone had died 2 hours before, so I couldn't listen to my music, and I just sat there in silence as the doors closed and the train began to move forward. At some point, the silence stopped being comforting and began to feel as though it were pressing down on me. Even the rumble of the train's movement seemed to be muted, like it was being muffled somehow. I tried to take my mind off it. I scanned the adverts above the row of chairs opposite me, but they were blank. At least, they seemed blank when I first looked at them. Moving a bit closer, I could see that there was something behind the clear plastic. It was dirt. It looked as though each of the adverts had been covered in a layer of dry, tight-packed soil. I turned to the ones behind me, above my own chair, and saw the same thing. I reached up to touch one of them, was greeted with a small shower of grit, but still couldn't see anything behind it. Now that I was looking for it, I could see that it wasn't only these signs that seemed to be covered in dirt. When I had first got in, I had assumed the carriage was just grimy from a full day of commuters, but everywhere I looked, I saw now that it was a thin dusting of dry earth. It was on the chairs, the floor, even the edge of the windows. Where I had been walking, I could see my footprints clearly on the muddy floor. They were the only pair. I decided that I was going to get off at the next station. When I reached Highbury in Islington, I knew there was a night bus that I could take to get home. It would be slower, but it would get me off this train, and that was now making me feel very uncomfortable. So I waited. I had been travelling for about 3 minutes at that point, and I checked my watch impatiently. 5 minutes passed, 8 minutes passed. I was sure we should have arrived at the next station by that point, but the train just kept moving. We hadn't gone through the next station. I was sure I would have seen it through the windows, and it certainly seemed to be going as fast as it normally would. Faster, maybe. I don't really know how to measure something like that. 10 minutes went by, then 15, and there was no sign that the train was stopping, or even approaching another station. It shouldn't have been possible, but it was. I just stood there, trying to keep my balance, not wanting to sit on the seats or hold on to the dusty handrail. The air had become thick, and I could smell the coal damp, like an old basement or a cave. After almost 20 minutes, I walked over and pulled the emergency lever in the hopes that it might have some effect. I had to dig out several handfuls of sticky mud from around the handle before I could even reach it. I gripped it firmly and pulled. It snapped off in my hand, and I could see the point where it joined the wall had been eaten away by rust. That was when I finally decided to sit down and wait it out. Either it would arrive somewhere or it wouldn't, and if I had managed to wander into some grubby ghost train, then there wasn't much I was going to be able to do about it. I stopped checking my watch and just sat there. At some point, I felt the train beginning to slow. There was no indication of where we were, and the automatic station announcements were silent. I stayed in my seat. It was one of the few times in my life I have regretted being an atheist, as I think I would have valued having a god to pray to. By the end, we were going so slowly that I didn't even notice when we finally stopped for almost 20 seconds. I looked at the doors, but they showed no sign of opening, and the other side was still just the bare wall of the underground tunnel. We were not at a station. I had already decided that, whatever might be out there, not being in the train was better than staying put, so I did my best to force the doors open. It was surprisingly easy, and once I had gotten them an inch or two apart, something must have tripped and they slid the rest of the way on their own. The other side was the wall of the tunnel, but rather than the normal cables and construction you would expect from the underground, this was bare earth. It was slick with damp, and instead of the 2-foot gap you would expect to be between the door and the wall, it came right up to the lip of it. There was no clearance at all. The doors seemed to be completely flush with this solid barrier of soil. As it became clear to me that there was no way I was going to be able to get out of any of the side exits, I was faced, to my mind, with 3 choices. I could sit there and wait, at the mercy of whatever situation I had found myself in. I could head through the other carriages leading towards the rear of the train and hope I could get off there and walk back along the tunnel. Or I could do the same thing heading towards the front of the train, hoping that there was someone in the driver's compartment that could explain what was going on. I picked the third option. It was, of course, a mistake. The doors between the carriages were tiny and each bore several bright warning signs promising death or prosecution if they were used incorrectly. I ignored these and opened the one leading towards the front of the train. The gap between the cars was slick with mud, and a thin rain of dirt trickled down from the roof of the tunnel. I opened the next door and stepped inside. It was even dirtier in this carriage than the one I had left, with a distinct layer of muddy soil over everything I could see. The silence had been replaced by a new noise, a sort of creaking groan that sounded like it was coming from the train itself. It was only later I learned that this is what metal sounds like when under immense strain. I walked briskly through this car, seeing nothing that caught my attention, and opened the next door at the other end, continuing my journey towards the driver. I hadn't really seen how long the train was when I got in, but I had been in the middle of the platform, so I didn't think it could be more than 4 or 5 carriages to the front. This door seemed wedged quite firmly shut, and it was only with a great deal of effort that I was able to pull it open. I almost fell into the space between them while trying to force the next one open. I'm sure that if I had done so, I would be dead. When I got into this one, the first thing I noticed was the ceiling. In certain places, it seemed to have buckled slightly, with large dents in the material pushing down. Many of the lights and windows were broken, and the whole of the carriage seemed to be bent and twisted slightly, like it was being crushed. The sound of metal fatigue was stronger here, and I realized with a start that this was exactly what was happening. If it got worse the further through I went, there was a good chance the driver, if there was one, had already been crushed, or at the very least trapped beyond my reach. I turned to go back the way I had come, but the door had swung shut, and in the few seconds it had taken me to understand what was happening, the pressure had already warped the frame too much. It was jammed shut, and no amount of kicking was going to move it. I was becoming desperate, and looked around for anything I could see that might be a way out. What I saw instead, right at the other end, was a person. It was hard to make out any details, as all the lights in that section were already shattered, but they were sat very still. I called out, but there was no response. I made my way over to them, though by the time I reached that part of the carriage I was having to bend down to avoid parts of the ceiling. It appeared to be a man, probably late 50s, early 60s, with a scraggly grey beard and what had once been a nice jacket. He had sunken blue eyes, and the seat around him had twisted so much it was now holding him in place at an angle that looked very painful. The armrests were digging hard into the flesh of his leg, and his back was crooked. Despite this, he seemed to be breathing. When he didn't respond to my voice, I touched him lightly on the shoulder. His eyes opened slowly and locked on mine. The look on his face was one of incredible sadness, as though all the fear had been sucked out of him, and now all that was left was some unspeakable misery. I asked him if I could help, whether we could get out of there, but he just shook his head, his neck making horrid cracking noises as he did so. I felt his hand close around my wrist, gripping it with an unexpected strength. I tried to push him away, but his fingernails dug into my skin, drawing blood. A ragged voice hissed out of him, despairing and full of pain. He said to me, "Not enough space to move, never enough to breathe." Then he let me go. By then, the ceiling was almost on top of me, and the walls looked like they were close to giving way. I thought about what options I had, and, after a few seconds, I lay down on the floor and closed my eyes. Being crushed to death would be horrible, yes, but I'd never been afraid of dying, and it didn't appear that there would be any point to further escape attempts. Better to accept my fate and hope it was all some awful dream. I kept my eyes shut and tried to relax as the sound of twisty metal filled my ears and I could feel the floor begin to shift beneath me. It bent up either side and slowly began to press inwards. Far away, under the smothering blanket of earth, I could hear the old man screaming. When I awoke, I was on the platform at Walthamstow Central, with one of the station assistants leaning over me, trying to see if I was all right. I was feeling very groggy, and I didn't want to be answering questions, so I played drunk, ignored his offers to help, and stumbled out into the cold night air. There were a few blissful minutes where I thought it had all just been a dream, but then I noticed that I was covered head to toe in mud and dirt, and my wrist ached where 5 deep red marks made the shape of a clutching hand. That's it.
Well, that certainly sounds like an unpleasant experience. I'm not sure I understand, though. Did you fall asleep somehow, or...?
I must have done.
That's impressive. Do you still take the tube?
Of course. I live in London.
Right.
Is there anything else? I've told you what happened, so I'm done here, correct?
I suppose so, yes. We'll look into it, and if we find anything, we'll let you know.
Don't bother. I'm done with it. Thank you for your time.
Well, that was brusque. Ms. Gurka may not be interested in the follow-up, but I am. Since the night tube opened, there have been a handful of disappearances that occurred when the individuals in question were reported as intending to travel on the late-night London Underground service, mostly on the Victoria and Northern lines. All of them were travelling alone. The reason none of this has been followed up as related is that CCTV from the appropriate stations does not show the disappeared ever actually arriving. Well, Sasha managed to follow this up, and it would seem that there's no record of Ms. Gurka ever entering King's Cross St. Pancras, even though Martin made contact with Leanne Hillard and confirmed the rest of her story. TfL have been understandably reluctant to comment. Interestingly, one of the missing, a man named Nicholas Leckman, has a picture that seems to match the description Ms. Gurka gave. Age 63, slightly unkempt grey beard, blue eyes. He was last seen heading towards Moorgate Station at 2:30 on the morning of Saturday the 17th December 2016, following a fight with his son, who does not believe he ever entered the station. Apparently Nicholas Leckman hated taking the underground alone, as he was a severe claustrophobe. I should probably mention this to Sasha. I believe she takes the Victoria line to work and has a tendency to stay later than she should. Aside from that, all that's left to do is sweep up after Ms. Gurka. She left the place rather dusty. End recording. Supplemental. Someone is living down there, in the tunnels. I'm sure of it now. I haven't found any more pages or detritus that might indicate the presence of further books, but the more I explore the lower levels, the more normal rubbish I find. Food wrappers, empty bottles, even a newspaper dated last year. They are normally quite meticulous, it seems, as those things I have found tended to be tucked away in places that might have escaped the notice of someone cleaning up after themselves. But they do miss things. I find it oddly comforting that who or whatever is down there needs to eat, as it offers some reassurance that they are at least broadly human. But why? And for how long? And how are they getting their supplies? If Becerra was taking my calls, I would ask for some police assistance, in case it's some unhinged murderer. Especially as there is every likelihood they were the one that killed Gertrude. Assuming it is only one. Yes, on second thoughts, I might well suspend my explorations until I can talk to Becerra and get some assistance. End supplemental.
All right. So that was obviously the buried. I felt kind of sad listening to that one. I think maybe I don't think the guy in the beginning that she saw that had the shovel was this, maybe it was the same person who had, that was like left the claw marks and on her. Maybe it was just the avatar, like the person sitting there, like he was the representative of the buried. I'm trying to think who the main avatar is for them. Hold on. Except, oh no, that was the same man. Okay, so he did get on the train, walking out towards the rest of this. Oh, I think when they said that he was walking out towards the rest of the station, I thought that that meant that he was leaving. Maybe that means that he got on the train. In his late 50s with a gray beard and sunken eyes. I don't know if we've had any episodes with him. I don't think we have. Okay. We have 3. Oh wait, do we have 3 more? 7, 66. Okay, 72, the takeaway, so 4 more. This one is statement of Craig Goodwill. Oh, sorry. Regarding his exploration of an abandoned chicken and kebab shop in Wadehamstow, sorry. A chicken and kebab shop. What would even... Maybe it's something more primal? What was... Maybe the slaughter is gonna be my guess. Because it has to deal with, like, kebabs, like how you have to cut up meat and stuff? Possibly. Possible. And let's get our timer. That makes sense, yeah. Oh, I forgot to tell you. I went out last night to see if I could see the stars again. When I had gone out the second time, I had a good view of the sky and it was very clear. And then by the time, I gotta cut my nails, they're very sharp, owie. By the time we had gone out after I did the countdown in the community post, it was completely overcast except for one singular bright light, which I think is, oh man, which planet right now? But I didn't get to see anything. I was sad. But we'll have to see what other cosmic events we have coming up for the rest of the year. But yeah, I was kind of bummed out. I'm glad I got to see the stars for a little bit earlier, but I really wanted to see the meteor shower. It's been, I don't understand, like this late summer rain, it usually is not like this. But the weather has just been kind of scary everywhere. Yeah, I went out for a second and I didn't see it either. I'm sorry. I'm sorry we missed it. But at least we got to stare at the same sky together. That feels nice still. But yeah, there's flooding and tsunamis and hurricanes and just torrential rain in so many places, or just absolutely horrible heat. Like many regions are, you know, people are just not used to how warm it is. It's pretty wild. Mother Nature's doing her thing. But I wonder if winter is gonna be pretty atrocious if you're in a place that actually gets snow. Usually oh, you know what? Let's check the Farmer's Almanac really quick. A reliable ancient source. Oh look, it already is winter 2026, 2027. Let's see what it says. The Farmer's Almanac forecast a winter of sharp contrast for 2026-2027. Oh, it's because of El Nino. That's what it is. Themed snow, sleet, and surprises due to the influence of the strengthening of El Nino. The outlook predicts wetter than normal conditions and frequent storms across southern U.S., while the Northeast faces a mix of rain, ice, and heavy wet snow. I wonder if there's like a Farmer's Almanac, or if that's just a North American publication. But El Nino does have very strong effects on the weather. I forgot about that this year. It doesn't sound like it'll be a bad winter then. It just sounds like it's gonna rain. Lots and lots of rain. The fire, yes. Oh my gosh, the fires have been so bad as well too. That's so terrifying. I think they're still combating fires over here. Not ones that have been set by people, but natural fires. Hold on. Active fires. Let's see what's on the National Interagency Fire Center. I wish we could send some of our rain to everywhere that... Okay, so let's see. Yesterday, 120... Oh my gosh! Yes, France and Spain as well too. So yesterday, 126 new fires were reported nationwide, including 9 new large fires. Firefighters are currently working to contain 93 uncontained large fires, with 29,000 personnel assigned to incidents nationwide. Man, let's look at the fires in Europe. So as of today, there are 138 active wildfires currently burning across Europe, with 247 total fires detected and over 5,700 satellite hotspots recorded in the last 24 hours. The situation is driven by the record-breaking heat wave and severe drought, with extreme fire dangers forecasted for Central Eastern Europe, including Germany, the Balkans, and parts of France and Spain. It's so bad. Greece has a wall of fire on the Haladiki Peninsula, forced the sea evacuation of over 300 tourists from Severi, while a level 5 alert remains in effect for much of the mainland due to the high winds. Croatia as well. 1,200 people had to be evacuated from there. France has 500 that have to be evacuated, but they're saying that, oh my gosh, they arrested nearly 500 people on suspicions of arson. Wow. Why? Yeah, it's really, really bad, dear. You're right. 1,800 people evacuated from Germany, near the Belgian border, and then Albania has active fires as well. Are there any in various Asian areas? Ooh, let's see, 2026, because that is not right now. Oh my gosh, 44 million hectares burned. This was in January to April, 40% increase over the previous year record of 2014. Man. Laos, Thailand, China, Myanmar, India. Oof. And it's all due to El Nino. Wow. That's so scary. Fire is just so uncontrollable as well. Oh my gosh, they're saying that the forecast is calling for drier to warmer than normal conditions all the way through October. So there won't even be any relief in the coming months, really. More of those scary fire tornadoes. It's also spreading because of the tree burning and touching houses. Yeah. I forget where there was that video of the train going through one of the active fires, and it just looked so terrifying. I forget where it was. I think this was it the Canadian fire recently, and like it just, I don't even know how the train even made it through without like just having some sort of like technical difficulties. You saw that too? Wasn't that terrifying? Like what? Oh my gosh, the thought of the fire tornado is just... Trains are made of steel, I believe. Oh, okay, so they can handle it. Thank you, dear. So scary. Very interesting article coming out of one of the universities here in the US saying that if a giant fire tornado could save our oceans, the first large-scale experiment shows fire whirls burn oil spills faster and cleaner than fire pools, proving their game-changing potential for ocean cleanup. That is not probably the best thing to be doing right now, but that is interesting that they can create a fire tornado and that they're looking to use it to clean up the oceans. That's very good. Fire whirls burn through crude oil spills nearly twice as fast as in situ fire pools, potentially giving cleanup crews faster operational and response times to eliminating the oil from spilling. Sorry. The only problem is that people inside can feel the fire, but the train is keeping them alive. Yeah, the video, like, didn't they look like they were just, like, obviously very sweaty. Where was that at? Oh yeah, there's the video right there. Oh. It was in Ontario and Armstrong. Oh my gosh. This was only not even well, yeah, like exactly a month ago. I wonder what the inside temp of the train was. That's super brave. All right. Enough about fires. It probably was hot. I mean, so I guess it also depends on the humidity as well too, because dry heat, even though it's more dangerous, it doesn't feel as bad when it's extremely humid. So I'm not sure what the climate exactly would have been for that area, but I imagine that a fire that active would make the air extremely dry. Well, the fires are probably present because it's very dry too, so. But, that's scary. Let's see, what time is it? Let's take a short break and then we'll see. Episode 72 is about 23 minutes long, and the rest of them are almost about 20 as well. So that would put us at like a little over another hour. Let's try to get through one more episode after our break. And we will assess again after how I feel. But I will be right back, and then we will continue. and broke my nail. Yeah, I'm okay, honey. I also forgot to mention that it depends on which train they are in. Oh, you mean like not the caboose. What's the main part of the train called? The head of the train. The lead train car. Okay, I filed it. It's better. It's Peter. It's Peter. Like, come on. It's better. Oh, the engine, I believe. I've never known any other part of the train except for the caboose. The caboose. There we go. I had to look at her. I wonder why that is not one of the like mass transportation vehicles that I've not really explored. Their setup. So like with ships you have like port and starboard, you've got the mast, like maybe there's just more things that I've read or been a part of that have to do with the ships and knowing their different areas and things like that versus like the bow. But I've never really thought about that for a train before. Either way, let's get through this episode, and I think that might be it. I was walking around trying to see if I was gonna not start to feel nauseous again, but I think I need to take something that's gonna make me a bit sleepy, so I just took it, and I probably will not be able to hold on too much longer, so it's probably okay to lay down to rest the body. But before we listen to our last episode tonight, next week on the agenda, we might have I might pop in one evening this weekend. We'll see how I feel. I really want to finish 1,000 Times Resist, so I kind of want to see if we can play it a little bit this weekend. Otherwise, I think we'll kick off if we don't have a long... Oh, actually, I need to... Let me look at my... I think next Monday is a treatment day, so I think, yeah, I'm gonna be at the hospital on Monday. Wow. Did you see what the thing said? Oh, what thing, dear? Was I supposed to look at something? Did I forget already? What was it? I'm sorry. What was I to look at? But, so Monday is a treatment day, so I'll be at the hospital for most of the day. Oh yeah, I'm feeling really nauseous. Gosh, why? Please. It's so frustrating sometimes. So maybe I should try to get in some cozy time this weekend, just in case I don't feel well enough to be here on Monday. The text when you talk, I forgot its name. It's called Jimmy Kuchan. That's the translation app. Let me. So there's like a like Chrome built in, which is like the fastest method of translation. But then there's also an API. But also I wonder if my I'm not a bot. Let me see what this article says. There's also other integrations. There's a Boyomi-chan as well. It's saying things you may have to give all the accents. Are you not doing your best tonight, dear? She's like, it's Friday. We're not in a pub. We don't have a drink. Or any other preferred fun thing. I'm just not going to do my best today. I wonder if I click. I'm scared to click this other button. Let's see, hold on. So there's another translation method that you can use. I never clicked it before because I thought I would have to set something else up for it. Oh, it didn't even catch the last bit of that. Oh no, now it's stopped. Oh, did we break it? Oh no. Are you okay, dear? Maybe we just have to slow down a little bit. She wants me to speak to her softly, whisper sweet nothings, and tell you how beautiful your green screen is. See, she just wanted some compliments. Oh no. She stopped and made her shy. It's okay, dear, you're doing wonderful. Alright, let me see. We need integration. Oh, go back, not there. Speech integration. Integration external services. Okay, the system connects with 3 primary external services. Web Speech API for speech recognition, Google Translation API for text translation, and Boyomi-chan for text-to-speech output. So... oh, it seems like it's gotten worse, doesn't it? because so what is the gas API? I wonder if that's the Google one. Yes, that is the Google API. Okay, so for this, okay. So I have to go in and create a different sort of account for this one. Let me bookmark this page. And sorry, let me also send it to myself too, so I don't happen to forget. Okay. Thank you for reminding me, dear. I find it really fascinating and very admirable that you remember the various things that we talk about. I think it's nice. Like, well, how do I say it? I think I am one of those people who can always find something to distinguish about the goodness of another. So even, and that doesn't mean that you need to do something like extraordinary. It's like the deep appreciation that I have for my lurkers, like even for the people who just like will heart react to things, or just say hi or say goodnight. It means a lot. So it means a lot that you you remember all of the quirky things that I'm trying to get back to, or what we're working on. I looked at the throwing system again today as well, that we're waiting for the developer to update. I went and checked today. Let me check really quick as well. I really, really want that to get working. Yeah, they still don't have any updates. But I imagine working with so many different systems and understanding how each system works is probably a lot for one person. I think it's just a one developer application. Thank you. You're welcome, dear. I appreciate you. It just wants us to talk in our accent, though. That's really all that it is. It's like, I like that. But we'll switch it back to the Chrome-based one for now. And I will try to work on this particular API setup. And see how that works. I wonder if there's anything else that I'm possibly missing. Maybe I need to like sentence break after silence. I don't know. Well, we'll attend to it another day. But not to worry now. I probably also need to like update the I wonder if I should do like a completely new reinstall though. Because there's some other functionalities that haven't been working as well. And I just kind of put it to the side. Like the application is supposed to have like a way to hide the settings, and it hasn't been doing that, and I'm not sure why. So I might need to redo everything from the beginning. But that's okay. Either way, we will not worry about that anymore right now. And let us begin our adventures on this last episode for tonight. In my tummy. Dame mi barriga. No translator. Alright, so we're on episode 72, Takeaway. A statement of Craig Goodall regarding his exploration of an abandoned chicken and kebab shop. Oh yeah. What is this gonna be about? Some of the episodes I can remember so very, very clearly, and some of them I was like, what? What happened? Alright. Let us begin, dears. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Rusty Quill presents the Magnus Archives.
Episode 72. Takeaway.
Could you say that again? I've put you on speaker.
Maxwell Rayner. Have you heard of him?
Yes. Why?
Who is he?
He was a cult leader back in the 90s. I don't know about now.
The Church of the People?
The People's Church of the Divine Host.
Right.
Is he involved in a case or something?
We're on our way to arrest him. Hello?
No, yes, I'm here. You found him?
Not me, but I'm one of the ones going in. There's a lot of section guys here, so I thought I'd give you a call. Any advice?
Bring torches.
Torches?
As many as you can get your hands on. How many do you have?
There's a firearms team here, so we should have plenty of tactical lights. So you reckon it's going to get dark?
Basira? Hello?
John, can you hear me?
Damn. Right. Statement of Craig Goodall regarding his explorations of an abandoned chicken and kebab shop in Walthamstow. Original statement given 20th October 2009. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, head archivist of the Magnus Institute, London. Statement begins. Feel like I should be upfront with this right at the beginning. I'm probably a cannibal. I don't know for sure, but the likelihood is high. You ever hear of Han Yong, otherwise known as John Han? I guess it depends on what corners of the internet you lurk in, or what tabloids you were reading in 2004. If you haven't, let me explain. John Han ran a small takeaway on Higham Hill Road in Walthamstow. Weirdly enough, it wasn't a Chinese. It just served kebab, chicken, burgers, the usual. Well, it went out of business in May 2004 when Mr. Han was arrested for murdering his wife, Lan Ying. So far, so mundane, right? Except for the fact that over the previous 2 weeks, John Han had been disposing of the body the way only a takeaway owner can. He went full on Sweeney Todd. Now the thing is, I live just off Higham Hill Road, and I used to go to that takeaway all the time. I definitely went there a few times in May 2004. I haven't been able to find out from any of the news reports exactly what he was selling the meat as, but over the course of the month I definitely had chicken wings, doner kebab, chicken kebab, and a burger, so there's a very good chance I ate some of her. It's weird, though. Everything I've found online says that human meat is meant to be very similar to pork, but nothing I was served was like that. I mean, pork is pretty different from beef or lamb or chicken, and I can't see how it was being passed off as any of them. But he must have managed it somehow. Maybe the doner? It was so heavily spiced it would have disguised the flavour, I guess. I don't know how he would have made it look like doner meat, though. It's very distinctive, and I was always under the impression that you needed to order those huge, rotating columns of things specially. Regardless, the fact of the matter is that I am almost certainly a cannibal. You know the weirdest part, though? The bit I regret most is that I don't know which of the meats it was. I feel like if I've been tricked into eating a person, I might at least have learned what a human being tastes like. And I don't really have a problem with the idea in any sort of moral sense, at least. I know how that sounds, and I'm certainly not okay with murder, not to mention the issue with prion diseases, but the actual act of eating meat that comes from a human, I'm fine with it. I can't help but feel that anyone happy to eat other meats is something of a hypocrite if they're not at least theoretically fine with eating human. There's nothing inherently special about us. We feel as much pain, see the world with the same eyes as a real pig. Meat is meat. That's what John Han said when they arrested him. The only thing he said. Meat is meat. None of this really changes anything. Whether or not I've eaten chicken wing made of person doesn't actually factor into this, I guess. Except that it's the reason I always kept an eye on the old takeaway. After John Han was arrested, it was never sold on. Not surprising, it's the sort of history that people tend not to want in their property investments. I didn't move away, though. I kept right on living there, and walked past the old boarded-up shop almost every day. As far as I'm aware, it never actually had a name. I mean, it must have, but it wasn't clear from the front. Over the door was a large, hand-painted sign that simply read, "Food," in bright white capital letters, while a neon sign that protruded from it glowed with the word "Grill" on both sides in bright red. As the months of its closure started to turn into years, the old green paint on the window panes gradually started to fade, and the large metal sheets that covered the windows and door were almost lost beneath a sea of posters and flyers advertising club nights and escorts. Sometimes, if the light hit it just right, I could lean in and see inside through the tiny holes in the steel. I could see the bright shine of the fryer, the glass of the heating drawer, the tall column of metal that would have rotated the kebab. It all seemed somehow too clean for it to be so abandoned, and I was sure I could even see the vivid colours of soft drink cans in the clear-fronted fridge. It was a grey, dull afternoon when I heard it. There was a miserable rain. The sort that doesn't even fall, it just seems to hang in the air, speckling your face with a fine, soaking mist. There wasn't a single patch of sky that disrupted the uniform gloom as I walked past the old takeaway. I stopped for a second, staring at the broken old building as I so often did, when I heard a sound from inside. It wasn't a loud sound, like something small and light falling to the floor. I went closer, listening, but the sound didn't come again. Leaning in, I tried to see through to the inside of the building, but the overcast day didn't give enough light to see by. I stood up, tried to convince myself that I had imagined it, when a cold breeze blew down, cutting through my coat, and I heard laughter. It was so quiet, I could have imagined it. Or maybe it came from one of the houses nearby, but I looked around and the windows were as dark and empty as the sky. I turned back towards the shop and noticed for the first time the missing bolts along the edge of the panel that covered the side window. It was ever so slightly ajar. The sound of movement came again, soft and furtive from inside. Someone was in there, I knew that much at least. So I left and called the police. I walked to the pub across the road, bought a pint of pale ale, and sat outside on the wooden benches. The drizzling rain diluted my beer slightly, but I didn't mind. I waited. 20 minutes later, a police car pulled up, and I sipped my drink as I watched them open up the door and head into the old takeaway. Through the now opened entrance, I could still see the faded remnants of crime scene tape flapping gently in the wind. There was a sound of shouting, and I saw them pulling out a teenage white boy holding a can of red spray paint. Kid couldn't have been more than 14 with a ratty old hoodie and brand new sneakers the same color as his paint can. The cops must have talked to the kid for a good 10 minutes before they finally took the paint and let him go with a warning, like I knew they would the second I saw him. Figures. The cops locked the old takeaway back up and went back to get in their car. The rain was coming down heavily now, and the one holding the spray can lost his grip on it. It wasn't a long drop from his hand to the pavement, but it must have hit a sharp stone or something, because when it clattered onto the ground, part of it split open. The red seeped out of it, mixing with the flowing rainwater in a river of colour that made me very uneasy. The cops didn't seem to care, they just got back in their car and drove away. I watched the place until I finished my drink. I wanted to see if they'd realised they'd still left the window panel partially open, where the kid had probably got in. If they did, they didn't come back to fix it. I was soaked to the bone by that point and decided to head home and get dry. My sleep that night wasn't great. I kept dreaming of a paint can impaled on a rotary kebab skewer. The liquid dripping from it bubbled and boiled in the heat. But it wasn't paint. I woke up the next day bleary-eyed and exhausted, and my mind was still on that open window. I just couldn't shake it, and I knew I wouldn't be able to relax until I'd got to see the inside of that place, so I called a friend of mine, Leroy Yates, and told him what was going on. His hobby was somewhere in between urban exploration and housebreaking, so I wanted to talk it through with him. He was over in Homerton and offered to come help me out. I told him I reckoned I could handle it, but that if I didn't check in with him in an hour or so, he should come down, in case I had trouble of any kind. I grabbed a quick bite of cold sausage for breakfast, got my big torch and a small pry bar, then headed out into the morning. The rain had stopped, but the sun still hadn't come out, and the wet shine seemed to weigh heavily on everything. There was nobody on the street. Most were probably at work already. The old takeaway sat there, the letters of food now grey and lifeless. For a second I thought I saw the red neon grill sign flicker, but I'm pretty sure that was just my imagination, as I know the tubes were busted. I slipped around the side and found the metal panel covering the window was still ajar. I'm a bit bigger than a scrawny teen vandal, but it didn't take much coaxing before there was a gap wide enough for me to squeeze my way inside. The air was cold and clean. I was in what must have been the storeroom and food prep area. There wasn't much light filtering through the tiny holes over the windows, so I turned my torch on and cast it about. It looked like anything perishable had been removed from the place, but other than that it seemed untouched. Sealed cans of pickled vegetables, vats of oil, rows and rows of clean, shining equipment. There wasn't a speck of dust on any of it, though it certainly didn't seem like it was in use. My torch moved over the rest of the room until it fell upon the huge freezer. There were letters sprayed onto it several inches high. It looked like this was what the kid had been doing. He'd been spraying the phrase "meat is meat" onto the door of the freezer, but the cops must have gotten him before he'd finished. So what was actually written upon the matte silver surface were the words, "Meat is me." I'm not going to pretend that a shiver didn't run right through me. It made me feel ever so faintly ill. In a fit of stubbornness, I decided that the only way to dispel this fear was to open the freezer, to know for sure that there was nothing inside, no meat of any sort. I walked over with a confidence I didn't really feel and gripped the handle. I took a breath and pulled. Inside the freezer was absolutely nothing. No meat, no ice, not even a chill. It hadn't been on in years. I let out a sigh of relief, which is when I heard a very quiet laughter from next to my feet. I shined my light down and saw a face looking up from underneath the counter behind me. It belonged to a gaunt, pale Chinese man who looked up at me with a terrifying glee. In his spindly hands he held a pair of bolt cutters with the blades positioned either side of my ankle. I barely had time to register this when he pulled them closed, cutting through my Achilles tendon. There was an intense spike of agony and I fell forward hard, smacking my head on the side of the counter. And everything went dark. When my eyes snapped open, I was laid out on a wooden floor. I couldn't move, and by the plastic I could feel digging into my flesh, I assumed I had been bound with cable ties. My ankle throbbed with pain, though not as sharply as I would have expected. The room was small and mostly bare, and looking at the windows I guessed I was on the upper floor of the old takeaway. A few shreds of fading sunlight were filtering in through the covered windows, but most of the light in the room came from a trio of oddly textured candles a few feet from my head. I strained my neck to look around the room. It seemed devoid of furniture, but dotted around seemed to be small piles of bric-a-brac. I saw chipped teacups, a stack of what looked like old Bibles, and then something that made my breath catch in my throat. A small pile of human fingers. I could feel a despairing moan escape my chest before I could do anything to stop it. At this, there was movement behind me, and the man I had seen earlier stepped into view. He was shirtless, and the glow of the candle seemed to illuminate in stark shadow how painfully thin he seemed. He was chewing thoughtfully on something, though I couldn't see what, and held a long, sharp butcher's knife in his hand. I tried to say something, but the words caught in my throat. What the hell are you supposed to say in that sort of situation? After a minute or two, he swallowed whatever he had been eating in a swift, gulping motion like an owl consuming a mouse. He smiled a smile of both satisfaction and expectation and asked me if I was awake. He spoke with a crisp RP accent, which surprised me. You know what's messed up? Here was this guy clearly about to kill me and carve me up for meat, and I still somehow felt bad about making the assumption that he couldn't speak English. Like I didn't want my last thoughts on Earth to be low-key racist. I tried to ask him who he was, but again my breath caught in my throat. He seemed to notice, though, and walked over to me slowly. He crouched down on his haunches, lowering his face to me, and asked me to speak up. I finally managed to croak out a question, asking who he was, but he just laughed that soft, disorientating laughter. In a single, smooth motion, the knife lashed out, cutting through my bound hands and neatly severing 3 of my fingers in a sudden burst of white-hot pain. I screamed, both from the injury and the hopes that someone might hear, but my captor didn't seem to notice or care. Instead, he picked up my fingers one by one and tossed them offhandedly onto the pile behind him. Walking over to the pile of old Bibles, he picked one up and started to distractedly leaf through it. He began talking again, asked if I knew that one of the reasons the Romans persecuted early Christians was because they believed them to be cannibals. Most people, he told me, assumed it was due to the Romans being confused over the nature of the body and blood of Christ that the early Christians were consuming, but that Octavius of Minucius Felix listed all sorts of grotesque accusations, including initiation rites that involved the murdering of an infant and drinking its blood. He looked over to see if I was listening, which I was, though mostly in the hopes he wouldn't cut me again. I asked him if he was a Christian, and a look of irritation crossed his face. He shook his head and threw the Bible back onto the pile, telling me that I wasn't listening, that I didn't understand, that the accusations were obviously false, like any iteration of the old blood libel, so of course he wasn't a Christian, as they both honor and disregard the body. And then something about their view of the soul. I was really getting lost at this point. He was rambling on about meat and souls and blood, and I just lay there, waiting for him to kill me. I wanted to scream again, try to attract someone's attention from outside, but I didn't know what this thin, jagged man would do. He stopped his speech mid-sentence, as though he could tell I was no longer listening, and looked into my eyes with a grin. He started to walk towards me, the knife held loosely at his waist, a wetness on his lips, and in that moment I was 100% sure I was going to die. All at once a huge, dark shape barreled into my captor, knocking him to the floor and sending the knife clattering to the ground. It was Leroy. He must have gotten worried waiting and come to find me. He stood over the thin, winded form and kicked it in the ribs, hard enough that I could hear something snap. Then he picked up the knife, walked over to me and cut through the cable ties keeping me in place. He started to pull me to my feet before I could protest about my ankle, but surprisingly it seemed to bear my weight without any problems. I looked down and, although I could plainly see dried blood all around it, my ankle was fine. I stared in disbelief, then looked at my right hand, which still seemed to have all 5 fingers. It didn't make any sense. I could still see the ones he had cut off on the pile. One of them bore my heavy silver ring, while the same finger on my hand did not. I started to say something about this to Leroy, but as I did, there was a sudden heat from behind me. We turned to see one of the candles had been pushed onto the pile of Bibles, setting them almost instantly ablaze. I looked around quickly for anything to douse the flames, but I could see nothing, and the fire was already starting to spread up the wall. Leroy and I ran, keen to get away before the fire brigade or police arrived. I didn't see what happened to the man who had been cutting me, and we didn't stay to watch the old takeaway go up in flames. It's still there, you know. Now a gutted, empty shell, smoke blackened through the windows. I wonder if they'll ever get around to finally tearing it down. It doesn't really matter, though. I've decided to move. End statement. Meet again. Not quite in the volumes of some previous statements, but still a theme that continues to disconcert. First point to make is that I believe Mr. Goodall gave us a fake name and details when making his statement, as neither myself nor Sasha have been able to find any record of him to follow up. Certainly none that match Martin's admittedly vague recollections about the man. Tim has confirmed the 27th of September 2009 as the date of the fire that destroyed the takeaway in question, which was registered as Waltham Express Grill, but can find no record of anything out of the ordinary about the fire, which was put down to unknown local vandals. We've also been unable to find anything on a teenager being picked up for trespass on that property, though that's not a particular surprise. I've had Martin looking into the case of John Hahn, though it's slow going, as whenever there's a picture he ends up needing to take a breath of fresh air. Apparently Hahn was second-generation British-Chinese, marrying his wife Lan Ying shortly after she arrived in the country and setting up Waltham Express Grill. He seems to have been utterly normal, according to the testimony of his former employees. What Martin did find is that according to the coroner there was a noticeable lack of defensive wounds on what remained of Lan Ying's body, and some of the injuries seemed like they might have been self-inflicted. From my perspective, however, what is more interesting is that 6 months before his arrest, John Hahn let the last of his staff go and replaced them with a nephew who had recently moved over from China. The nephew's name was Han Tao, although upon moving to this country, he took the name Tom Hahn. I've checked, and this is the same Tom Hahn who was employed at the Dalston meat processing plant from late 2009 until his disappearance in 2013. I doubt this is the last we hear of him, and his strange relationship with meat. End recording. Supplemental. I still haven't been back down in the tunnels, though my earlier conversation with Basira puts me in some hopes that I may be able to request help with it sooner rather than later. I'll need to wait and see what comes of this operation of hers. I rather hope that I hope she's okay. And part of me hopes Daisy isn't there. End supplemental.
Okay, I think we're gonna listen to the next one. One, because I don't wanna end on that one for tonight. But also, I think this one and the next one are kind of like, I think they're like back to back, because he starts that episode. Sorry, I forgot the closed caption. He starts that episode talking to Basira and them going to arrest, what is his name again? Starts with an R, Rainer, Max Rainer, and he is like the cult leader of the People's Church of the Divine Host. And I think the next episode kind of picks up with that, so I kind of don't want to leave that for an entire week. I'm trying to think of who the Tom guy. What other episode was he in? Oh yeah. Okay, I guess that's the first episode that he actually shows up in that. When when he was talking about his friend Leroy coming in and saving him, all I could think to myself was Leroy Jenkins. And I thought that it was I thought that was appropriate. So that one was The Flesh. Makes sense. I thought, what did I say I thought it was? The Slaughter. When couldn't it be The Slaughter? He had the man on a table. I thought so too, right? That makes sense. Wait, what did it say it was? Did we read The Flesh? I don't think we read The Flesh. Okay, let's read about the entity known as The Flesh really quick. Everything feels afraid sometimes. Sure, maybe it's not as complicated or existential as our fear, but it's real. And there's, 20 billion chickens in the world? A billion pigs? A few billion cows? How many of them are dying of old age? All that terror. It has to go somewhere. So it does. And when something formed out of an animalistic fear of the slaughterhouse reaches out to people, things get weird. Yeah, it gets mixed up with human neuroses, bodies, gore, that nagging worrying that deep down we're just electrified meat squeezing air at each other. What? The flesh is one of the entities. It is the fear of mutilation and having your body changed or destroyed, as well as the animal fear of being slaughtered for meat. See, there's slaughter right there. It is also connected to insecurity and self-hatred, specifically regarding one's own body image. It is thought to be the newest of the newest of the entities, born from the fear created by the increase in the industrial farming of animals for meat. In humans, it manifests as bodies, bones, muscles, flesh being twisted, reshaped, and butchered. It also employs the thought of being nothing more than meat, because meat is me. It often employs Christian imagery, such as the cannibalistic version of Christ, and using a Gnostic church as a ritual site. So its alias is the viscera. The fears associated with it are body horror, dysmorphia, being killed for meat, being eaten, or being nothing more than meat, because meat is meat. Manifestations include meat, corpse, blood, bones, butchers, meat-related industries, and cannibalism. So, did we read the slaughter? I just need to go over it really quick because what is the difference then? We didn't read the slaughter. Have we not gotten to an episode that's related with it? Okay, so the slaughter is more having to do with violence and war. So less animalistic. So that makes sense. I'm glad that they lay out the distinctions between them all so well. Alright, let's hope that this next episode wraps up where the beginning story, because I feel like we'll forget over a week of that. Okay, chapter 73, police lights. Okay, this should wrap back then. Statement of a police operation to recover a kidnapped child. The Magnus Archives recounts PC Hassan's tale of Section 31 operation that ventured into the darkness to rescue a child from the hands of a potential cult. Alright, so this should be the finish of what he was saying in the beginning of the last episode. Sorry, I'm not a fan of cliffhangers, so I won't do that to us. Alright, let's start our countdown. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Rusty Quill presents the Magnus Archives.
Episode 73, Police Lights.
Here.
Thanks.
I assume it didn't go well then.
We lost Outman. Just wasn't paying attention. I don't know what they're going to tell his family.
guess it could have been worse, though, if I hadn't talked to you first, so thanks.
I'm surprised you're here. Surely you have a lot of paperwork after something like that. A lot of forms to sign.
They've given us a few days compassionate leave. I think they want us out of the way while they figure out the official version of what happened.
Well, I'd like to hear the real one if you're ready.
Yeah. How much context do you need?
You said it started with a kidnapping case.
Yeah, Callum Brodie, 12 years old. Disappeared from his home in Dalston 3 weeks ago. Sitter was asleep when the mother came home. The front door was open. There was no sign of him. There was no forced entry, so it started out as a missing persons case. But they got a witness claiming he'd seen 3 unknown figures entering Brodie's home that night, so it was kicked up to serious crime. There was some back and forth with kidnap squad since no ransom demand had been made, but not much progress in terms of finding the kid. I only found out about all this when we were suiting up yesterday. The Brodie case had nothing to do with my department or my borough. When me and Daisy got the call that we were being brought in for an operation to recover the kid, it was totally out of the blue. The sergeant in charge had to brief us in the van. I had no idea why we'd been called in until I looked at the other officers involved and saw a good few of them. They were fellow signees of a Section 31. Whatever we were heading towards, it was going to be weird. I think the sergeant in charge must have been sectioned as well, but I didn't know him. It's not too surprising though. I mean, it's not like any of us have a full list of sectioned officers, but one must exist somewhere. It looked like most of the others had made the same connection and none of us were feeling right about it. I mean, we had a counter-terrorist firearms squad with us, which didn't exactly put my mind at ease. That said, I wasn't exactly sad we might be getting some section firearms officers, but it was just a lot, you know? The briefing was pretty short. We were told that Callum Brodie had been found, and it was suspected he was being held by a man named Maxwell Rayner, with an unknown number of accomplices. There were suspicions that there might be cult involvement. That's when I phoned you.
And did the lights help at all?
Oh, I'm getting to that. I told the sergeant, and he didn't even ask me where I'd gotten the information. He just nodded and told everyone to load up on torches. The firearms team wasn't short on tactical gear, so by the time we headed inside, we had 2 or 3 heavy-duty flashlights each. I had 4. The building was in an industrial complex up in Haringey. It was a 2-story brick building with a weathered sign claiming it belonged to Outer Bay Shipping. We were instructed to go inside in teams of 2, with 1 armed officer paired with 1 sectioned. You have to understand, that's massively against protocol. But I guess they wanted to be sure that none of the firearms team encountered anything weird without being accompanied by anyone experienced. I looked around to see if the others were going to make anything of it, but no one made a peep. I think everyone knew that this was about as far from a normal operation as they came. I was paired with an older guy. Goodman, I think his name was, though we didn't really talk. The way he carried his weapon in the van, I could tell he'd been handling it a while, but I couldn't help but notice his hands were shaking slightly as we made our way around the building. We were going in through the loading dock at the rear, and as we approached the security lights that lit the rest of the estate, they seemed to get dimmer. Well, not dimmer, really. They just didn't illuminate the place as much as they should have. Aside from a small pool of white light directly below, the darkness around them didn't seem to be affected. I didn't have much time to think about it before the order came down and we were going in. I cut the padlock on the metal gate and slid it up while Goodman gave me some cover. The inside seemed normal. Pallets of boxes were neatly lined up on shelves around the loading bay, and the heavy lamps overhead gave us plenty of light. We started to make a sweep of the area, eyes peeled for anything that looked out of place. I took a second to check a few of the larger boxes, but they didn't contain anything remarkable. Mostly sheets of plastic for manufacturing, although some were full of copper piping or paint. And that's when I heard the scream. It came from behind one of the shelves to my left, and it didn't sound like a cry of fear or pain. It was a scream of rage, almost animal-like, and when I turned, I saw a figure moving behind me. It was only for a second, but it seemed to be dressed head to toe in black, like a leotard or one of those morph suits. It was hard to say for sure, as it was less than a second before it darted back behind the shelves and Goodman opened fire. I hadn't prepared myself for it, and a sudden gunshot sent a jolt of pain shooting through my head as my eardrums rang with the noise. Goodman called something to me, but I couldn't make out a word of it. I just followed him as he ran around to where the figure had disappeared to. There was no sign of it, although a small spray of fresh blood told me that my jumpy new partner's aim had been too wide of the mark. We started to hear sporadic gunfire from the rest of the building. I mean, it was basically all I could hear at that point, as everything else was still a muffled, high-pitched whine. I was worried Goodman might panic at this, but to his credit, he seemed to have pulled himself together, and We finished the sweep of the loading bay before heading through to the rest of the building. I saw a handful of armed officers heading up the stairs to the upper floor, and I was going to follow them when I felt a tug on my arm. Goodman was saying something and pointing towards the other direction. I saw a pair of uniforms and a face I recognized. Leo Altman, one of the sectioned officers from up in Waltham Forest. I'd met him once before, when Daisy took me out for some very quiet drinks with a few other section cops she knew. I remembered him being one of the friendlier ones, though he still stopped short of telling me any stories. Leo was stood with an armed officer that I didn't know. From her lack of trigger discipline, it looked like she was either very new or seriously rattled. They were staring down a long metal staircase that seemed to lead into what must have been the building's basement. The briefing hadn't mentioned anything about a basement, and it was clear they weren't entirely sure how to proceed. When me and Goodman joined them, it seemed to make up their minds, and with a quick nod to us, Leo and his partner started to head down. I didn't want to follow, and I could see that Goodman wasn't too keen either, but we weren't just going to leave them without backup, so down we went. At the bottom of the stairs was a door. It was old and made of steel that had started to rust around the edges, but it wasn't right. You know how when the lights are turned on in a room and you can see it from outside? Like a thin line of light leaking under the doorway? Well, it was like that, except what seemed to seep out from underneath wasn't light. It was shadow. Like if darkness was somehow shining from behind it. As I got closer, I started to hear something. I couldn't really tell what it was under the buzzing in my ears, but the best way I could describe it is that it sounded like a waterfall, but slowed right down. A steady, flowing crash and churn, but deep and drawn out. I wanted to ask the others if they heard it as well, but Leo was already moving to open the door. I barely had time to get my torch out. Glad I did, though, because as the door opened, every light in the building went dark. That moment I was in complete darkness had to be one of the longest seconds of my life. I felt like I'd gone blind, not just my eyes, but everything. Like every sense I had was severed, and the only thing I could feel was a wave of nausea. It seemed like for that second I wasn't anywhere that light had ever reached. Then I clicked the button on my torch, and the beam cut right through it. The flashlight was weak, nothing like the power I would have expected from the heavy bulb, but the faint glow was enough to bring me back to myself. I shone it behind me, over the pale, panicked faces of the others, and as it touched each of them, I saw them start and reach for their own torches. Soon 4 pale beams were struggling it out into the thick, aggressive gloom. I turned around, trying to shine the light on the wall, or even the door we came in from, anything that would give me a sense of the room we were standing in, but it just disappeared into the pitch dark in all directions. Thinking about it now, I realize we never actually walked through the door. Small flecks of black dust floated in the air like inky snow. They moved gently through the torchlight, and they never seemed to settle on the ground. And I began to realize how cold it was. Everything was so still, and the only sound was the same dull roar from up ahead of us. I don't know how long we stood there, but when my torch sputtered and died, I knew we didn't have long. I took out another and turned it on. The light seemed even fainter than the first one. Still, it was something, and we started to walk forward, or at least what we assumed was forward. If anyone said anything, I didn't hear it. The black dust danced in front of us, but it never seemed to actually touch us or land on our clothing. There was no smell at all here. The building above us had smelled of sawdust, old metal, and industrial cleaner. But down here there was nothing. I didn't shine my torch upwards. I didn't want to see if there was a roof above our heads. By this point, we'd easily walked the whole length of the building several times and still hadn't seen anything. The roar was getting louder and louder until it was all that was in my head. The 4 of us were all on our 2nd or 3rd torches by that point, and I could feel that I was starting to panic. There was a scream building up inside of me, clawing its way up my throat. Actually, you know what? I might have been screaming. I don't know. It was impossible to tell over the noise and the thick, choking darkness. Then Goodman's flashlight beam hit something ahead of us, and it all went to hell. I think it took about 5 seconds. Everything seemed to happen at once, and Only going over it in the reports afterwards was I able to process what I saw. 5 seconds and everything was over, but I'll try and describe it in as much detail as I can. Goodman's torch beam had landed on an old man. He was tall, but I couldn't say much more than that. His body was hidden in the folds of a robe of some sort. It was the same colour as the dust that had filled the air and seemed to move and shift in the same way. His white hair was thin and wild, covering an unkempt face and a scraggly beard. His eyes were milky white. I think he was blind. From the description the sergeant had given us, I was sure this was Maxwell Rayner. Next to him was an old chair that looked like it could have been from a dinner table. The wood was stained, covered in dark mould, and tied to it with thin metal wire was Callum Brodie. The kid's eyes were blank, though not clouded like the old man's, and his face was locked in a silent scream. Rayner was facing him, thin, bony hands raised to his face. Something was flowing out of his mouth. It looked like ink, but it flowed more like a heavy fog than any sort of liquid. It dripped down his forearms and onto the floor, where it rolled towards Callum, climbing up the chair and oozing across the boy's body towards his face. It was moving slowly and had just reached his chest. The roaring sound seemed to come as it convulsed out of the old man's throat. Then Goodman opened fire. The muzzle flash seemed impossibly bright as it cut through the dark, and I could swear that for a second, the room it lit up was not a basement but a cathedral. He let off 3 shots in a quick burst, and every one of them hit Rayner square in the chest. His robe twitched violently as he staggered backwards, and all the dark liquid suddenly washed down onto the floor in a single movement, leaving Callum untouched. It still gushed from his mouth, though, and as the shots tore through him, he spun about, and an arc of the dark substance flew through the air. Altman had started running towards them as soon as he had seen the kid, and was almost at the chair when a wave of it spewed out. A few droplets hit him on the cheek, and he started to howl and claw at his face. Goodman fired again at Rayner, dropping him to the ground, and the horrendous noise stopped suddenly, leaving only Leo's cries of pain. The lights came on all at once, and in the sudden, painful brightness, none of us had time to do anything, as a woman who hadn't been there a moment ago ran up to Leo. She wore a robe similar to the old man's, and by the time any of us had seen the knife in her hand, she had buried it in Altman's throat. More gunshots, this time from the officer who had partnered with Leo, but she was too slow. By the time the woman with the knife had been dropped, he was already bleeding out on the floor. 5 seconds, 2 dead kidnappers, 1 dead police officer, and silence. We were standing in a small basement room lit by dingy fluorescent bulbs. No sign of the black liquid or any sort of dust. The kid seemed fine. I mean, I'm sure he'll need a lot of counselling, but he didn't seem physically any worse for wear. Goodman went to untie him while I ran to check on Altman. It was too late, of course, but as I looked at his still cold face, I saw his eyes were a milky white. The rest of the squad arrived a few seconds later and helped take us back out to the van. After that, it was all questions, debrief cups of coffee I never quite got around to drinking, and Section 31 forms. Lots of them. All in all, there were 5 people killed in that building, including Leo Altman. Aside from Rayner and the woman, who was identified from an old report as Natalie Ennis, 2 more were shot and killed when they attacked some of the other officers. 3 more were subdued and arrested, but as far as I know, they still haven't said a word. God knows how they're going to process them with all the secrecy around the operation, but thankfully that's not my problem. I think they were connected to that cult group from way back, the Church of the Divine whatever.
The People's Church of the Divine Host. Rayner was their leader back in the early 90s. I have a few statements related to them if you're interested. Natalie Ennis was actually one of the...
No, I'm not interested, not even a little. I've been thinking a lot over the past few days, and I'm done. With the police, with Section 31, all of it. I wanted to tell you in person and give you the statement. It seemed the least I could do.
You're really quitting?
Yeah, and you should too. This place, it's not right. Goodbye, John.
Basira, wait. What about the tapes?
What?
The tapes from Gertrude's case. Is there any way I get... No, I suppose not. Well, that seems to close the book on Maxwell Rayner. Maybe the whole People's Church of the Divine Host. I can't help but feel I've got the last chapter of a story and I don't even know the title. At least I hope it's the last chapter. I still can't find much about the company Outer Bay Shipping. Looks like a shell corporation, but tracking corporate ownership is not something I'm skilled at. I'm disappointed with Ms. Hussein's decision. It's not exactly a surprise, though. I've thought about quitting myself. It's not an option, of course. I'm in far too deep now. I get the impression that to quit would be giving up whatever small protection I seem to have here. I just wish... Oh, I don't know. Oddly enough, all I can think about is how did the police know where Rayner was keeping the boy? Basira didn't seem to know, and the church clearly wasn't expecting the police to arrive. With a few exceptions, Rayner managed to stay off the grid for 2 decades. How did they find him now? Someone must have known what was happening and tipped them off. And I don't think it was anyone inside that building. End supplement.
The Magnus Archives is a podcast distributed by rustyquill.com and licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 international license. Today's episode was written and performed by Jonathan Sims, produced by Alexander J. Newell and Mike LeBeau, and directed by Alexander J. Newell. To subscribe, view associated material, and make donations, visit Rusty.
That was The Dark, which we've been discussing a little bit tonight. Can you imagine it being so dark that instead of light flooding from under a door, it's just darkness instead? And I do think it's really interesting when she said when the muzzle flash, that it made it appear like they were in a cathedral for a moment. I don't know if, I think it's probably been a while. Since we've talked about some of my lore, and then we're gonna get ready to go to bed, my dear. So I have my magical girl, and we have weapons. So, I guess you can sort of see that during the BRB scene. We've got like a book that we carry, and this text contains not just stories that we share to help people to rest, but it also contains different magic as well too. But we have like a noble phantasm, and our noble phantasm is called the Dreamer, or the Dreamweaver's Journey, and it's the ability to manipulate Somnium and create defensive illusions when fighting entities such as the Shadowborn. And it made me, like that episode when she was discussing everything, sort of made me think about when the flash of light from the muzzle came into the room, that they were actually in a cathedral instead. And I'm trying to think if there's any episode going forward that actually talks about this sort of like trick of like this illusion, right? But that's really cool. I like that. So let's see. So we have, okay, I guess episode 5 and 25 do talk about the Church of the Divine Host. What was 25 about? Growing dark. Oh. It's the episode with the guy and his girlfriend had a roommate, and then her mother passed away, and she was like really religious before, and then later on she ends up joining like a new church, quote unquote, and I remember listening to the episode and thinking that they're vampires because the lights in the house would like go dark a lot, and the woman who lived with Natalie Ennis, like the way that she behaved, it was very like vampiric. Like she tried to have her eat something specifically, which made me sort of think of like blood and like trying to turn her. Natalie. Okay, so one night Katie arrived at Mark's house in tears. Natalie had asked her to dinner and brought her into the kitchen where a bowl of something like cold, overcooked spinach lay waiting for her. Kathy took a few mouthfuls of it before she could not stomach it anymore. And then Natalie said she was going to go move out, and that she said that 300 years was a long time to wait, but she was lucky to find them so close to the end. They were going to be collected by Mr. Pitch, but I don't remember who Mr. Pitch would be. So that's when we were first, at least the lady in this last episode that we listened to that killed the officer, that is the character, the troublesome roommate or the scary roommate from episode 25. So I didn't realize that was her. Interesting. All right. I think that long yawn means that we're going to end for the night. Hopefully, we'll be back Monday, but for sure Tuesday. And I'll try to pop in sometime this weekend, even if it's just for an hour. But for now, my dears, I hope that you have a very beautiful weekend, no matter what you have ahead of you. I'm proud of you for getting through the week, no matter what you faced. And remember to spend time daydreaming about your heart's longings and desires and dreams. I appreciate your presence so very much. And good night for now, wherever you are. It's always nighttime in Somnium. So, oyasumi, oyasumira, and sweetest of dreams. I will see you soon, dears. Good night. Nuzzle, 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 nuzzle. Good night, dear.